Oh, probably.
Here we go. Okay, sorry about that, folks. StreamYard was just giving us a little bit of a fit there. Good evening. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I am joined by my good friend and colleague, Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are doing live coverage of day 2 of the Republican National Convention. And folks, we're going to go right to the stage. Kari Lake has just stepped up to speak. As always, folks, give me a sound check and we'll see how this thing's working out. But we will go there right now. So with that, here is Senate candidate in Arizona, Kari Lake.
They've lied about Joe Biden's health, the economy, the laptop, the border. I could go on and on and on. But the really good news is that every day more and more people are turning off the fake news. And they're... That's right. And Americans are waking up to the truth about the disastrous Democrat policies pushed by Joe Biden and his favorite congressman, my opponent, Ruben Gallego. These guys, they're full of bad ideas. Just last week, Ruben Gallego voted to let the millions of people who poured into our country illegally cast a ballot in this upcoming election. Gallego and the Democrats have handed over control of my state, Arizona's border, to the drug cartels. And because of them, criminals and deadly drugs are pouring in, and our children are dying. Our children are getting their hands on these drugs and dying. I'll tell you, the hardest thing I've had to do on the campaign trail is talk to moms and dads who come up to me and tell me that their 19-year-old son has died because of fentanyl poisoning, or their 22-year-old daughter took a half a pill and she's gone. We are losing a generation of young people to this fentanyl crisis, and it's gotta stop. The Grand Canyon state has become the fentanyl state, and it's not okay with this mom. I'm not okay with that. I don't think it's okay with that mom. I don't think it's okay with that mom. It doesn't have to be this way. The problems we face are huge. The problems caused by the Democrat Party. But the solutions, guys, they're really simple. First of all, stop the Biden invasion and build the wall. Easy. And while we're building the wall, let's kick Bidenomics to the curb and bring back the MAGAnomics. Is that okay? I miss the strong Trump economy. And because I'm a mama bear, I want to replace this indoctrination, this psychological abuse they're inflicting on our children with a real, solid, quality education. It's all common sense. The great news is that we can solve these problems, and to be honest, we must solve these problems for the sake of our children, because that's really what this is all about, right? The next generation, the future of our country. I learned something watching, the Nature Channel, that the most dangerous place on planet Earth is between a mama bear and her baby cubs. Right? And that's exactly where the radical left have found themselves, and it's not going to go well for them. Because guess what? They have awoken a sleeping giant. Tens of millions of moms and dads from sea to shining sea, they're going to show up on November 5th, and they're going to be hearing from us on November 5th. That's right. Actually, I think I can think of one thing more dangerous than a grizzly bear, and it's a middle-aged, fed-up mother in Washington, D.C. And I haven't even started my hot flashes yet, guys. Just wait. Just wait. But seriously, I want every mother and father to know this, that we, the Republican Party, will fight. I will fight, not just for my kids and my daughters over here. Are you over there, Ruby? Wave to me. Wave to mom. My daughter's over there. I want to fight for, selfishly, I want to fight for my kids, but I want to fight for your kids as well. They deserve a better future. They deserve a better future. But the really good news here, and the fake news the fake news wants us to believe we're 50-50 at each other's throat. They're creating division and anger. Americans are actually much more united than people believe, right? You see it, we see it. We want to make life better, and we want to create an incredible future for this generation and the next generation. And together, when we join together, we will make America safe again, and we will make America great again. God bless all of you here tonight. God bless you, America, and God bless President Donald J. Trump. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Nice.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was U.S. Senate candidate from the state of Arizona.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Lake. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I am joined tonight by my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're going to step away from the stage for just a moment. As with all things we're trying to do, we're trying to make the coverage of the convention good for everybody. And last night was, but don't get me wrong, I was very happy with last night. I think Ruben was too, but it's a lot of speeches to have to go through. And what we're going to try and do tonight, and if you, our audience, do not want us to do this, we're going to try and interject commentary in between speeches, trying to pick out speakers that I think would be interesting for everybody. And we're not trying to slight anyone or anyone's state that's watching the convention. Just thought it might be a little bit easier on everybody. I mean, Ruben, the lineup of speakers tonight is fairly interesting. And Kari Lake is running a very competitive race out in Arizona. Matter of fact, I was just looking at Rumble Chat. Joe over there says, I live in Arizona. I'm voting for Kari, but it's odd that Trump is up by 6 points here, but somehow Kari is losing. That, for what it's worth, that's not a phenomenon that's just isolated to Arizona. If you go around the country and look at the Senate candidates, compare them against Trump, Trump's running ahead of most, if not all of them, usually by a good anywhere 3 to 4 points at the least. So, and part of that, I don't think it's because they're necessarily all bad candidates. I mean, Kari Lake is a phenomenal candidate. There's another one. We're going to be listening to his speech here momentarily, Bernie Moreno of Ohio, and he is just tremendous in these sort of things. Bernie's very charismatic. I think a lot of it, and Ruben, you can feel free to chime in on this, I think a lot of this has to do with the betrayal that voters feel from the Republicans over the years. And it doesn't matter if they're Republican voters or Democrat voters or independents, you know, they're looking at the Republicans and they're thinking, well, you know, every time we send you up to DC, you don't do anything you promised to do. Why should we vote for you? So, that might be part of it. But I mean, Ruben, what are your thoughts on it?
That's true. I believe it's very, very, we're talking about it before. Tonight is going to be a show for the Republican establishment. Yesterday was the same way. Big donors, you know, people that, you know, the standard bearers, whatever. Same thing tonight. You have Cruz, you have Lake, you have Stefanik, you have a bunch of other people out there, and you have Rubio, and it ends with Laura Trump. And it's going to be basically, okay, day 2, let's let everyone go through. Who has a primetime spot? Rubio. Mm-hmm. So then, again, establishment, let them have their time for every 4 years talk, and then get off the stage.
Well, and I think it was Small Time Republic who brought up this point. Shouldn't Kari Lake be speaking in primetime? And I'm not going to lie, folks. I looked at the lineup and the way they have this laid out. Makes no sense to me why some of the people they've got in primetime they've got there. Kari Lake should have had a primetime speaking spot. I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy is speaking between 7:30 and 8 o'clock tonight. Again, why do you not have someone as charismatic as Vivek Ramaswamy speaking primetime? I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Ruben's absolutely right in that, you know, this is the establishment is getting the, oh my goodness, I got to put this up on screen. Oh shoot, moved off it too quick. There was a guy there with a piece of white paper over his right ear out in the audience.
Oh dear.
As a thing of I'm with Trump. But I look at this lineup and the way they're doing it, and I'm sitting there going, you got to be kidding me, guys. You have absolutely got to be kidding me. Okay. Yeah, it is kind of a weird reason. But let me also say hello to some folks over on Rumble, and the Wingnuts are here. Wingnut number 1 is TBA 369. Hello, Fedora Nation. And Wingnut number 2 is WWG1. And I refer to them as Wingnuts in the best sense of the term. They are both feisty and fun chatters. And by the way, y'all over on Rumble that are hanging out with us, don't get me wrong. If you want to sit there quietly, no problem. We're going to be here for a while, but don't be afraid to drop comments and chat. We're a friendly bunch, y'all. So matter of fact, let's see what we got kind of crowd we got going on over on Rumble right now. Not bad. It's getting there. WWG1 says, RNC conventions lost the luster for me. Republicans are not Trumpians. They have their own anti-Trump agenda. We're going to go back to the stage. Bernie Moreno, the Republican Senate candidate from Ohio, is getting ready to come speak. And this is going to be very interesting to watch. Or at least I think Bernie Moreno is coming back up. Oh, great. You're coming back from a commercial break. Well, phooey on you. We don't want no stinking commercial break, man. We want to hear this guy speak. What is up with that? Hang on, y'all. Let me see what I can do about this little problem we got here. Okay, here we go. I think I found my way around it. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah. I agree with this completely. Absolutely, I agree. Okay, we're going to go to the stage right now, folks. This is Bernie Moreno, from the candidate in Ohio running against Sherrod Brown.
I will forever be grateful to them. I love America, and I've lived the American dream. I married my best friend, raised a family, built successful businesses, and created thousands of jobs for hardworking Americans. But the American dream that I lived is under attack from Joe Biden and his enablers in the Senate, like Sherrod Brown. They have encouraged millions of illegals to invade America. And Joe Biden's border czar, Kamala Harris, and the Democrat Senate have put the welfare of illegals ahead of our own citizens. They've destroyed our border. They destroyed our economy. They've destroyed our standing in the world, and they'll destroy America if we don't stop them. In November, we will fire Biden and Harris, and we will re-elect President Donald J. Trump. I'm so proud that my senator, my friend, J.D. Vance, will be the next Vice President of the United States. He represents the best of Ohio, the best of America, and will be an incredible leader and defender of President Trump's plan to always put America first. And he won't stop there. Sherrod Brown votes with Biden virtually 100% of the time. I don't know if I agree with my wife 100% of the time. But Sherrod and Joe seem to have a very close relationship. Well, tonight, we've got a message for failed lifelong politicians like Sherrod Brown and Joe Biden. It's time to go home. A vote for Trump and Moreno is a vote to put America first. We will end the invasion at our southern border. We will fix our economy, protect American workers, and rescue America's family from Biden's and Brown's inflation. We will end the wars and deliver peace. I will fight alongside Donald Trump to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. Thank you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Ohio Senate candidate Bernie Moreno. He's in a very hotly contested race against U.S. Senator Sherrod Brown. And we're basically now waiting for the next speaker to come up. And Gypsy, I'm not sure whether you want, if I should even keep this one up here, but here comes Mike Rogers of Michigan. So here we go.
Again. And I want to give a quick shout out to my fellow Michiganders, the hardest working people in the United States. God bless you right there. I said, because Joe Biden and my liberal opponents' runaway spending, American families have been crushed by inflation, high costs of groceries and gasoline and rent. I was talking to a grocery clerk just recently. She said, I got it when this carts got a little skinny at the beginning of Joe Biden's administration because of high costs. But what breaks my heart is at the end of ringing up an order, they have to reach up and pull something off the counter and put it back in their cart. Thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. The most expensive vehicle to operate in Michigan in 2024 is your grocery cart, thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. And while pockets are pinched, Biden is trying to force you to buy an electric vehicle. Better get a long extension cord. Let me be clear. EV mandates will destroy American jobs. EVs require 40% less labor to build than gas cars. And here's the kicker. 85% of the critical minerals needed to build them are processed in China. It is impossible to build an EV without getting into bed with the Communist Party of China. Listen, my opponent even signed an agreement to use taxpayer money to bring a Chinese battery company to Michigan, your taxpayers' money. I'll tell you this, I will never put our children's future at the hands, or the matter of fact, the Michigan auto business in Michigan, in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, and it's the Republicans that are going to stop them from doing that. I'm committed to keep Americans safe from threats both at home and abroad. As a former Army officer, FBI special agent battling organized crime, and chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, I've seen how dangerous the world can be. But in all my time working to protect America, I have never seen anything like the Biden-Harris open border policy. They are rolling out the red carpet for violent gangs, fentanyl, Chinese spies, individuals on the terrorist watch list. And listen, our adversaries aren't stupid. Does anyone? All they need to do is wait until nap time at the White House to push the limit. Does anyone really believe that another 4 years of Biden, Harris, and the Democrat Senate will make us safer or more prosperous? I certainly don't. And I don't think Michigan does either. Listen, it is long past time that we restore law and order. We make groceries affordable again. We make America respected again. We make America safe again. We flip the United States Senate and elect Donald Trump and make America great again. Thanks. Get fired up. This is the election to do your work. God bless.
And that was Senate candidate Mike Rogers from Michigan. And I thought he might receive something of a frosty reception here amongst us, which, don't get me wrong, everybody is entitled to their opinion of him. And trust me, when I saw that Donald Trump had endorsed him in the Senate primary in Michigan, I went, ugh, you've got to be kidding me. But it is what it is. So there you go. But anyway, Rogers is now off stage, and we're going to basically wait for our next set of speakers to come up. It looks like the theme, this theme this evening is on the question of national security, and the order of speakers for the next little bit will be Senate candidates from 6:30 to 7, representatives from the House from 7 to 7:30, and then on down the line, we get into the heart of the night. the group of Senate candidates that the Republicans have got are actually pretty good. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I mean, some of them, I mean, for example, I mean, Carrie Lake is fantastic. I think Bernie's really good. We've got Dave McCormick from Pennsylvania coming to the stage right now, but and you know what? Just out of curiosity, I think I will put it up there. So give me 1 second, folks. We're going to the stage. This is Dave McCormick coming in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Kamala Harris and send her back to California. Who's ready for that? And who's ready to make Donald Trump our 47th president? Are you ready for that? And who's ready to make J.D. Vance our new vice president?
Okay, a little more enthusiasm than I expected.
And who's ready to send Chuck Schumer packing? I'm ready. I'm ready. My name is Dave McCormick, and I'm running to be the Pennsylvania's next United States Senator, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I want to first acknowledge what transpired just a few days ago in my home state, where I witnessed firsthand from a front row seat in Butler, President Trump's remarkable strength and resolve in a terrifying and unpredictable moment. The president rose brilliantly to the challenge. But what a sad and frightening day for the families of those who were injured or lost and for our great country. And we all thank God that President Trump is okay. I'm a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian from the great Keystone State, born and raised. A West Point graduate, a former Army wrestler. I'm a combat veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division. All right, 82nd. And I'm a business leader who helped create hundreds of jobs in Western Pennsylvania. But most important, I'm a dad to 6 daughters, and I'm a husband to the love of my life, Dina, wherever she is. Now my opponent's name is Bob Casey. But you probably don't know him because he does nothing. For 18 years, Bob Casey has been warming a chair and drawing a paycheck. He is a do-nothing, out-of-touch, liberal career politician. And when he votes for Joe Biden's tired old ideas. Casey's been around so long that the #1 song when he was first elected was the Macarena, right? Does everybody remember the Macarena?
Yeah.
But sadly, this is no joke because politics is about choices. And the policies of Biden and Bob Casey are dangerous for Pennsylvania and America. They won't keep us safe. Drugs have poured across the Biden-Harris, Casey wide open borders, killing 100,000 Americans, including 4,000 Pennsylvanians last year alone. Illegal immigrants have victimized innocent young women who could easily be your daughter or mine. And time again, Casey has voted for pro-criminal judges who have made our streets across Pennsylvania more dangerous. Biden and Casey's failed policies have crushed working families with sky-high prices for gas and groceries and rent, and regulations to kill Pennsylvania natural gas. Under President Trump, America's future was strong and prosperous, and our adversaries feared stepping out of line. My friends, the choice this November is clear. It's a choice between strength and weakness, a choice between America's greatness or its sad, disgraceful decline. This is, my friends, the most important election of our lifetimes. And we deserve a president and a Senate that will go to the mat to fight for America. A president and a Senate that will unite America. And in Pennsylvania, that means voting for Trump and McCormick in November. Thank you all for leading the charge. God bless our United States of America.
And that was David McCormick, who's running to challenge sitting United States Senator Bob Casey Jr. from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Looks like they're on a little bit of a break, so Ruben and I are going to step back in with some scintillating commentary, which definitely is more interesting than some of these speakers. With that, we'll do a real quick commercial. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight in moments like this with my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. Ruben, I tell you what, give people your coordinates on social media. Tell them where you're at, what you're up to, what you're doing. We've got a little bit before the next set of speakers come up that I sort of designated that to listen to. So go ahead and tell everybody where you're at and what you're up to right now.
So you can find me, thank you very much. You can find me on Rumble, YouTube, X, and Instagram at Ruben Haynes. It's right listed below here. Basically, I've been on a health journey. It first was a weight loss journey, but back in 2016, I was diagnosed with a very rare autoimmune condition called myasthenia gravis, and I have been committing myself to doing things all naturally. I don't like processed food. I don't like anything like that. And it's going down several rabbit holes. So if don't follow anything corporate food, big corporate pharma and all that stuff. I don't do, I clean myself using all natural chemicals, all that stuff, soap and all that stuff. So, and then I have my weight loss channel there. I have my channel on Rumble, which is going to be political, doing things like that. But I've been dealing with my condition for the last few months. It's getting not slightly worse, but slightly where I'm very tired during the day, which is fine. It's part of the whole condition. But you can just find me everywhere. But, the one thing I want to basically say also is thank you to everybody that's here. Very glad that you're all here. Brian, very glad that I met him again, because, again, this is the whole idea, the testament to where we are. This is the Republican National Convention. The Democrats will have their convention next month. But the idea here is that when people come together to have their government and support them, we're watching a little peek. And I've been to many of these since 1976. This was the first one I was actually engaged in listening and watching. And I remember the whole debacle with Reagan at the time. So, I remember all these things and the idea, the commentary, the analysis of this whole idea. And it's a very beautiful, the theater of the political theater, the idea of the Senate and everything like that. So it's thousands of years of tradition of the Senate, being itself from Greek and Roman era, and now we see it on here and display the discourse of people standing up and speaking their mind, what they believe in. And of course, we're dealing with the last 2 days have been very traditional, so that's it's been like that. But I'm really glad to be here. Thank you very much.
And my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I've got channels on YouTube and on Rumble. If you're not subscribed to my channels, please consider giving me a sub. Also, give Ruben a sub, as he has a YouTube channel as well. We both have Twitter accounts. We're basically waiting for our next set of speakers to come up, and it looks like that President Biden is engaging in an act of bipartisanship and solidarity. It looks like he's trying to reach out and support President Trump in the midst of everything he's going through. As a matter of fact, we have a visual, Ruben. Apparently, President Biden was seen out today sporting something that is going to become a new look around the country.
God.
So yeah, apparently President Biden is saying to Mr. Trump, "I'm with you, I believe," and there you go. So that's yeah, I have to thank Gypsy for sending me that. That's just absolutely hysterical. Which, by the way, folks, we're going to have moments of time in between speakers coming up to the podium, etc. So, if you find stories or links that are interesting, what have you, then please feel free to put them up there, because this is going to be really interesting tonight. And, I had not planned on doing this, and I'm not going to give this a speech, but the governor of my state in West Virginia is running for a Senate seat. Well, he's up on stage, and he's just maybe made a first in convention history. This is Governor Jim Justice of West Virginia. I'm not going to put the volume up on this, but the fact that he has brought Baby Dog out on stage is not lost on me. It's like,
oh, this guy, oh gosh,
oh yeah, this is probably the next United States senator from the state of West Virginia. He is running to take over Joe Manchin's seat.
Are you sure he's running?
He is running. Jim Justice is he won the nomination back in May. But yeah, Baby Dog. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Baby Dog. And it is
God.
I mean, Justice loves this dog, okay? You know, and we as Americans have been saying our politics has been going to the dogs for years. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you need further proof, here you go. TBA over on Rumble's like, oh dear God in heaven, not Baby Dog. This dog has a reputation in my state, okay? I'm not kidding. No joke. No joke.
No, this is real. This is real. This is real. Oh my gosh.
Well, no, I mean Ruben, he has given state of the state addresses at our legislature in Charleston and has brought that dog into the House chamber and had that dog with him while he's giving the state of the state speech.
Oh gosh.
It is nothing for him to use that dog in state advertisements. I mean, and he'll finish up and say, "Don't do it for me, do it for Baby Dog." And I'm like, "Oh my God."
I got some vibes of like, what is it? Who is it? Gosh. Not Huey Long. Who is it?
Yeah, Huey Long would be a real good example of that sort of theatrical.
Yeah, Huey Long. Who else? Shit. God, I can't remember his name. Huey Long was one of them, but Clarence Darrow. No. I'm just trying to remember.
No, not yeah, but I mean, I know what you're talking about. I mean, theatricality in American politics is nothing unusual.
P.T. Barnum? Just kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
no. I'm just saying he just reminds me of an actor that I've seen the same shape and everything like that. Go up there.
Yeah, I mean, WWG1 over on Rumble says at one time he showed the dog's butthole to make a point that he was trying to get across to people about why they should or should not support something. I mean, I am not kidding when I say that, you know.
Yeah, but this is gonna be Photoshop for time memorial.
Oh, you know, Politico, thehill.com.
They're gonna do something with they're gonna change. People will change the dog into something else or swap it out.
Yeah,
or whatever.
You know it, man. You absolutely yeah. Matter of fact, TBA's like, I think he showed Baby Dog's backside as a way to uninvite Bette Midler from ever visiting West Virginia. I think I remember how that went. He says, I mean, Bette Midler made some very disparaging comment about the state of West Virginia one time. And he oh, wait a minute. Gypsy just sent me something here. Hang on a minute. I got to see what this is. Ruben, keep talking. I'm gonna check this out real fast.
Yeah, this is insane.
Oh, I know.
This is totally insane. Everything that's going on here. Like I said, if we didn't have the pandemic, then this would be normal theoretically, or it'd be like a quirky things. But in the crazy world we're living in, this is look. This is bizarre. We're watching a speech. This is like idiocracy in a way. This is a dog is up there on television. Well, you know, it's not not television. My gosh, the internet,
a national platform.
But the global platform. You think about it. People, what are people in England thinking, or like people in India or whatever, like some hut and like. What is going on here? Oh no, another not the dog.
I know. I mean, and I mean, Justice hails from Southern West Virginia. I'll give you a little bit of background on him for folks who don't know anything about him. He hails from Southern West Virginia. He's a businessman. He's got a reputation for any number of different things, some of them good, some bad. But he is about as down home as it gets. Now, I'm going to play just a snippet of him speaking just to give you an idea of what you're going to hear from this guy, okay?
Oh, gosh.
And Baby Dog says, what is the reason that she knows why we're going to win? And the answer is one thing, because we're worth it. God bless you. God bless this great country. And God bless Donald J. Trump.
And that, folks, is probably going to be the next senator from the state of West Virginia.
Oh God.
Yeah, exactly. So just saying.
Dear Lord.
No.
Okay. I want baby dog to be at the sworn-in ceremony.
You'll probably, if I know Justice and the Senate president will let him get away with it, Justice will probably do it. He'll probably walk that dog on the floor of the Senate. I'm telling you.
Well, they used to do this. They used to have dogs on the Senate floor.
Yeah. Now, while we're waiting, there's been a sighting on the south side of Chicago, and let me find. Oh yeah,
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Well, Laura Loomer just posted something on Twitter. Gypsy was gracious enough to send it over to me, and I will put this up on screen while we're waiting for our next speaker.
Yeah, I saw this.
This was spotted on the south side of Chicago, the south side of Chi-Town, people. Okay, that is not exactly known as being friendly country. Which, by the way, while we're waiting
ask Jesse Smollett. He thinks it's MAGA country.
Yeah, real well. But now let me ask you a question. And you and I have been talking about yeah, folks. And you thought we're all just about serious commentary here on this live stream. Let me tell you something. I can't speak for Ruben, but I am full of crap like a Christmas goose, and every so often that will come out. But let me ask you a question, Ruben, because you and I have been talking about this for the longest time now. I mean, just to go back to this example, okay? This is on the south side of Chicago, all right? This is something that you and I have been talking about, and that is the idea of people are voting for Trump. They're not voting for the Republican Party.
Correct.
And you're seeing, and I mean, and again, I could be totally wrong in my take on this thing, but you're seeing this around the country in various places. You're seeing support in African-American parts of Atlanta, Georgia. You're seeing support in the Bronx, New York. You're seeing support in other and different places. And it makes you wonder, what's going on here? Have we got some kind of a realignment, a phenomenon? I mean, what is this? I mean, what do you think about that question?
I'll give you one of my famous summations that I have, or conjectures that I've put together. When the African American community states they have systemic racism, and we can basically say no, I can say yes because of the following conditions. I can say that Tuskegee Airmen, you've had the breaking up of the Black Panther Party, the setting up of crack in Los Angeles.
Yep. What
they were doing were, the corporatization of putting convenience stores that have, alcohol in locations that they shouldn't be. They wanted to basically suppress and destroy the Black family to keep them in the plantation still. That's the whole theory that I believe they're doing this. Now, the point being here is Trump is the bridge. He's been a bridge to the Black community, to the minority community for generations.
I agree with that.
Rosa Parks gave him an award. Okay.
Yeah.
He did, and talked about the things he did yesterday, like the ice rink had brought up. They should have done more of that. They got to talk more about the man, what he does.
Yeah, I agree.
And not what he does, not what he says. It's a big difference between. That's the whole idea. The left takes Trump too literally. Yep. But you can't bullshit a Black person.
True.
You can't. They'll call you out. They'll joke with you. They'll play around with you. My brother, he studied at Howard University, got his doctorate there, and I went there. I've been to many a wedding and a bachelor party for people that from African America. So it's crazy. But the point I'm saying here is, the Blacks know there's a problem. What's going on here is you have the media saying to them, yes, exactly. But the media is saying now is, and they Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton sold that a long time ago, because they wanted the money. It's the grift. It's the grift. Now it's all about that. This is a problem that they want to fix it, but they keep it going. So there's a continual flow of money. The same thing, like, why would you want to cure cancer? Let's continuing funding how to make it keep it going. That's what they did. Let's continue to be consumers. Why do we have materials like a washing machine from 50 years ago that's still running? Light bulbs are still running, and now after a year, oh, my old phone, it's old, throw it away. And they say that we're against the environment. It's insane. It's insanity.
Yeah.
And if you go back to that picture, this is where it all revolves around it. The people in the hood says there, the CIA missed.
Yeah.
They're basically saying the black culture, black people are saying, you see it and you hear it. They want to take him out. They want to take him out.
Yeah.
So then they're basically saying they are empathizing with him because now they know that, and I see this. Brothers think that they're going after Trump because he supports us, and they don't, and he takes a bullet for us like that. They'll say it. No, they want to take him out. They want to take him out. And they point back to what happened in Tuskegee. They point back to what they did to mothers. They point that back how they treated, how Hochul, they didn't even know what a computer is. They don't know how to operate stuff. They don't. And again, and the tipping point was last night with Amber Rose talking.
Yeah.
And you had it when President Trump was there. You had Kanye West. You had the Kardashians going there. You had him stop people that were getting murdered off death row. He did all this stuff, and then no credit or no memory of these things that he's done. But again, that photograph, that graffiti, it's the real. We have like the doing your own research. This is the hood talking. The hood's talking, saying, yeah, they're going after him. We're going to support him. We're going to rise up. Imagine if the shift, and I wanted to figure it out. If Biden got 81 million votes, and the lowest amount of votes that I saw anybody got percentage-wise around 37%, Mondale or McGovern, 72 and 84. What are the chances that Biden doesn't even gets 40 million votes?
That's an interesting question. And I'm putting this mural back up at the request of TBA. And let me get some of their comments in real fast over on the Rumble side. Trump's street cred with blacks went out the roof on Saturday, and probably Hispanics. WWG1 says, here's a thought. The blacks like Trump because he is a felon. Now someone tried to take him out and make him a martyr. Well, it could be. I had a friend, and this is again TBA over on Rumble. I had a friend that pointed out that most blacks are raised to trust those who speak with conviction, even if the words are false. Interesting point. Yeah, I mean, to go back to your question, Ruben, I'm just wondering exactly how many votes Biden will actually get in this election. Because, and here's why I'm saying that. I mean, I don't think it goes without saying, no one on the right side of the political spectrum genuinely believes that Joe Biden got 81 million legitimate votes in 2020. Here's the question that I have. If he gets less votes this time, significantly less than what he got then, is this gonna make people or cause people to say, wait a minute, are we really sure he got 81 million legitimate votes in 2020? Or are they just gonna like paper gloss over and just move on down the road? And I'm keeping an eye on the stage. Why would it, in their opinion, why would it matter if Trump won?
But you have to bring it up because, again, that margin of loss he would get, I was thinking about it because people are saying that I heard a rumor that people are predicting that Trump himself will get 120 million votes. And that's unprecedented.
If he gets that number, there is no stopping him. If Trump were to get 120 million votes, you're probably headed for a 40-state blowout, at least.
Right.
I'd be shocked otherwise.
But the thing is that I want to know what the state of the election is for the third party candidates like RFK and what actually happened with RFK today? I saw there was some video, but what happened with it?
What happened was he had a videographer who was filming him, doing the normal stuff you do, I guess, for purposes of putting out a campaign video or whatever. Well, he happened to be on a phone call with Donald Trump after the shot was taken in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Right.
Now, whether Trump initiated the call or RFK reached out to him, I'm not totally sure. I think it's more along the lines of Trump may have reached out to him. Maybe it was a pre-planned call, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, according to reports from the New York Post, this videographer leaked this to the press.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's RFK's version of it. Now his son, RFK the third, is saying, this was horrible. I can't believe this happened. This is partially my fault. Blah, blah, blah. How it got out there, we're not totally sure. But now it does get kind of juicy because they're talking about vaccines. They're talking about the election. They're talking about the phone call with Biden that Biden placed to Trump after being shot, et cetera, and so on. And people are wondering, well, did Trump try to curry favor with RFK Jr. to maybe try and get him to drop out or endorse Trump, or who knows? We're basically waiting for our next speaker to come up to the stage, which is a Senate candidate for the Commonwealth of Virginia. No, wait a minute. This is not who I thought it was. Let me see who this is. Hang on just a second. We may be waiting a little bit longer, depending on who it is. This is... Let me look at my schedule here. Oh, yeah, I think we're going to want to take this one. This is Tim Sheehy, who's running in Montana against incumbent John Tester. We're going to go to the stage and check out Mr. Sheehy's speech. So with that, here we go.
I've been a he-she for 38 years, and I can promise you going to elementary school with that name in the 80s. That is a joke, but it also shows the lunacy we're living with in Joe Biden and John Tester's America. I'm a former Navy SEAL. My wife was a Marine. We both fought in our nation's longest war in Afghanistan. I was wounded there, served hundreds of missions there. We came home to live the American dream in Montana, the great state of Montana, I might add. And we started an aerial firefighting company in our barn. We created hundreds of jobs protecting our public lands and protecting fellow Montanans from devastating wildfires. I fight wildfires for a living, so take it from me, the world is on fire under Joe Biden. Consider for a minute Biden's disgraceful retreat from Afghanistan, when he let our enemies steal billions of dollars of our equipment and kill 13 brave American service members. To this day, there has been zero accountability, none. And that's why I'm running for the United States Senate in Montana, to bring back accountability to our government and beat John Tester, the liberal Washington politician who votes with Biden and Kamala every single time it matters. And some of you may not know who John Tester is, but John Tester is the deciding vote for Biden's America Last agenda. He's got an F from the NRA. He's voted to open our borders, unleash inflation, and he even put a liberal judge on the Supreme Court who can't even define what a woman is. And even drives a Prius in DC. Yeah. Priuses don't work in Montana, do they? John Tester doesn't represent Montanans. He's a rubber stamp for Biden's failed presidency and extreme liberal agenda, and it's time to retire them both. And listen, I'm an optimist. You can't jump out of planes at night into enemy territory if you're not. And I truly believe America's future will be better than our past. But that future is not given. And we need political outsiders like President Trump to return common sense to our nation. And what Montanans think is common sense is pretty simple. It's not complicated. They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas, cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls. And I'm ready to retire John Tester and take back the United States Senate. And I'm ready to join you in sending President Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Let's save America. We got a lot of work to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Virginia, Hung Cao.
That's the scariest sound you'll ever hear when you live in a communist country. That's the last sound my parents heard when their fathers were taken away in the middle of the night, and they never saw them again. That's my family's real life story. We escaped from Vietnam just days before Saigon fell to the communists. We were given a new life in the most generous country on earth. My name's Hung Cao, and America saved my life. I grabbed onto the American dream. I graduated from the United States Naval Academy, but I paid back every dime of that American dream with 25 years of service in Navy Special Operations. I saw combat in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. I retired as captain of the United States Navy, and now I stand before you as a Republican nominee for the United States Senate in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Only in America, ladies and gentlemen, only in America. But we're losing our country. Under Joe Biden, millions of illegal aliens flood our borders. They fly Hamas flags on our campuses, and they shout death to America. As an immigrant to this great country, let me be very clear to everyone who comes here. Don't ask for the American dream if you're not willing to obey the American laws and embrace the American culture. Because I did. I love this country so much that I wrote a blank check up to and including my life. I'm running against Hillary's running mate, Senator Tim Kaine. Kaine is a weak man in a dangerous world. We only have one thing in common. The American taxpayer signed our paychecks for 30 years. Except Kaine is a career politician with millions of dollars to show for it. I've been a warrior with scars to prove it, and I'm damn proud of it. In November, the left will vote for the hatred of one man. We will vote for love. Love of God, love of family, and love for the greatest nation on earth. and Virginia will elect me and President Trump, and together we will save America. My name is Hung Cao. I'm the next senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I'm not done fighting for us. May God bless you, may God bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Senate candidate Hung Cao from the Commonwealth of Virginia running against incumbent Tim Kaine. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. This is live coverage of day 2 of the Republican National Convention. And over on Rumble, WWG1 says, I may have missed it, but did any politician at this convention even mention that Trump was nearly assassinated? Should that not be the main talking point? Could we not at least deviate from the script at all? You know, it's being mentioned sporadically, and how it's going to be incorporated by each speaker, I don't know yet. But I'll tell you what, I can understand your frustration, and I guess there's a fine line to walk with this. And Ruben, I guess I'll ask for your take on this. I mean, do we want to talk? I mean, should these people talking about the fact that the former president was nearly assassinated? Yes. Where they think it's appropriate, I would agree with that. You know, should that be the only thing this convention talks about? Nah, I'm not so sure about that.
No.
But I mean, you know, while we're waiting for our next speaker to come up, tell you what, I'm going to step away for a second. Ruben, I'm going to let you vamp. But, you know, it's day 2 of the convention. They're focusing tonight on the question of security and thoughts so far. And while you're doing that, I will be right back.
No problem. So the conventions are built up as structures to set the platform. Every 4 years, both parties put together the agenda, what they're trying to accomplish, and they set this up. It's all done through parliamentary procedure. As you saw yesterday, they basically formally opened it up, and then they close every day. They do this, they put this into the record so that there is a record this actually occurred. And this is done in public forum, be it the Republican Committee or the Democratic National Committee. They get this out there. Excuse me. So the way they do this also is that each state sends their representatives. The way that the Democrats do is slightly different. They have delegates and superdelegates. The Republican Party only has delegates. So that's more what we can talk about there at that time when the Democratic Party begins. But essentially what the Republican Party did in the past, that does answer your question regarding what they did differently, is they usually would do the roll call of states later during the week, and they would do that in a more pomp and circumstance point of view. They forgave that yesterday because of what happened Saturday with the assassination attempt. So that way they were able to quarrel things around a little bit, and people are talking about it. And they did mention it yesterday. You had the priests talk about it. You had the speakers talk about it and how we're glad work is going to happen. And it all accumulated with the fact that Trump did show up and was there. And that doesn't really happen. Classically, the president doesn't arrive until the day before or the day of and is waiting to speak, but not the day of, usually. So the fact that this happened was the whole idea of waiting to get the people out there because of this assassination attempt that had happened. But, you know, the fact that we're dealing this now and we have the opportunity to see this, and I'm very glad that I'm here seeing this again. Like I said, I was first engaged in watching these in 1976, 1980, 1984, 1988. I was watching them all, and I really liked them. And I've watched them ever since. And I did go to the Democratic Convention in 96. I was there with the Republican Party, and I actually met, and I met Haley Barbour from Louisiana. Ed Gillespie and I we talked. We worked together at the time, did lunch and stuff. Like, he was responsible at the time, so a lot of things. And that at the time was Bob Dole. So I didn't meet him, but, you know, we just let they're doing stuff. And at the time I was helping with research, counter research, you know, putting out stuff in the war room at the time. So it was very low. It was still techie, but very low tech, high tech at the time, 96. So I really liked it, but I hope that answers your question in regards to that's going on here. You know, how they're addressing how they addressed the fact that yes, this happened, but the way they do that also that each party has the whole convention week is not only about the conventions you're seeing here, just like meetups happen. Meetups are not only about the meetup, they're about the networking aspect. And you have corporations there right now. So you have Microsoft there, you have Dell, I was looking at who's there right now, and they're doing, they sponsor stuff, have parties and like that, because they're trying to curry favor. You got to schmooze with these people. So again, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, I remember the Democrat National Convention in '96, but I was in Chicago almost by accident. Some friends of mine rolled in to just outside Chicago, and we went up to visit them. And this is back when we were all in our 20s and decided to go gallivanting in downtown Chicago nightlife. Well, we wound up at the Excalibur Dance Club.
Oh yeah.
On the third floor of the Excalibur, and it just so happened that
was that you there? We could have been.
Look! That was a younger me with a whole lot more hair on my head before.
I know, but here's what's so funny. Everybody here, who's so hilarious. Before we even started, we were like talking about this very moment we're about to talk about right now. The idea that back in '96, we were both watching the convention and be involved. I would have been there, but nowadays I'm going, shoot, it's 7:00. I'm time for bed. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Daggone, you don't do that to me.
So I'm like, no, did I just talk about this?
Yeah. Well, now the funny part about it was I was on the third floor of the Excalibur Dance Club, and there's this door off to one part of the room. Well, that led to another upstairs enclave. Well, apparently the Clinton Gore staffers were up there partying.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If I had just been ornery enough, no, I wouldn't have done it either, because I was working for the Republican Senate candidate that year as a paid staffer. So I couldn't have really done it without getting myself in trouble. But yeah, I would have done it in a heartbeat. But if you're just joining us, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is my good buddy, Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're doing live stream coverage of day 2 of the Republican National Convention. We both have channels on Rumble and on YouTube. So if you wouldn't mind, please give both of us a sub. We'd appreciate it. We also are both on Twitter. And there's a crawler at the bottom of the screen with Ruben's coordinates. So please check him out. Give him a sub. Give my channel a sub. We're basically waiting for our next set of speakers to come up. And these are the congressional leadership in the House. Right now, Jeff Van Drew is speaking, congressman from New Jersey. Basically, we're waiting for Elise Stefanik, the chair of the House conference chair, to come up. And, we've all been, those of us who are watching this tonight by live stream have seen various Republican conventions before, and like I said the other night, a lot of times these turn into infomercials. But the thing that strikes me very much tonight, and everybody's commented on this, both on YouTube and on Rumble, is the lineup of the speakers. It's not so much who they've got speaking, it's when they've got them speaking. It's like right now, the Republican Party, at least from my perspective, is in the midst of a takeover. Okay. Now, you could say it's initiated by Trump. You could say it's initiated by the populist conservatism that seems to be sweeping through the Republican Party. But you've got very dynamic speakers like, Carrie Lake was speaking earlier. The fact that she was speaking with the other Senate candidates, okay, that I can kind of see, that I understand. But Vivek Ramaswamy speaking at 8:30 Eastern doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. They've got Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis between 8 and 8:30 Eastern.
Oh, that's gonna be a lovely time.
I tell you what, if Nikki doesn't get booed out of there, I'm gonna be shocked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my concern. Not concern. That is when, but it's so weird. I would have put her earlier, because if that's what they do, I know the media is going to basically tout the fact they booed Haley, whatever. But yeah, I do picture him at the club.
There was a time when I was a bit of a, how shall I put it? I was a bit of a scoundrel, more so than I am now.
but me, I was different. What's the best way to describe me at a club?
Drinking
the guy
Puerto Ricans under the table.
No. The guy in the loft, sitting there with a bottle, drinking, just sitting there watching, looking at everybody dance and everything like that. That's me.
Okay.
I just sit in the throne up on top, and then just everyone's there. That's how I do it.
Back then, I was the guy with enough liquid courage. I just might have tried anything, and let's just leave it right. Let's just leave it right there, shall we? Yeah. Hey-oh. But yeah, we're basically waiting for our next speaker to come up. It's this is, let's see. TBA over on Rumble says one of my most favorite RNC convention was the Reagan speech in '64, the time of choosing. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't alive, but I've heard that speech. It was extraordinary. That speech by Reagan was
because we haven't had that moment yet.
Yeah, I agree with you. I absolutely agree.
There has to be that moment.
Oh, well, we know one person's going to be booing Nikki when she hits the stage. So, question about my dance moves back in the day. Were you a rave dancer? No. I might have been a raving lunatic, but I was not a rave dancer. All right, here comes Congressman Stefanik. We're going to go back to the stage at this point. So with that, Congressman Elise Stefanik, Republican from New York.
Milwaukee. We always say that this is the most important election in our lifetime, but we know deep down this one truly is. Our Constitution and the soul of our very nation are on the ballot. Under Joe Biden, the American people have suffered crisis after crisis. From the Biden border, the most wide open border in our nation's history, to Bidenflation, the highest rate of inflation in my lifetime, devastating hardworking families with skyrocketing prices for groceries, gas, and utilities. To Biden's violent crime crisis, fueled by Democrats' pro-criminal sanctuary cities and defund the police policies like we have seen in my home state of New York. All while corrupt Democrat prosecutors and judges wage illegal and unconstitutional lawfare against President Trump in an effort to do Joe Biden's political bidding. And around the world, the feckless and failed Joe Biden has caused chaos, weakening our national security. From the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, to Hamas's terrorist attack against our most precious ally, Israel. And let me ask you a question. What has been the response from the radical left on our college campuses? Vile anti-Semitism, chanting death to Israel, death to Jews, death to America. This is Joe Biden's Democrat Party. Who saw that congressional hearing with the college presidents of so-called elite universities? Oh, wait, they are former presidents. You know, I asked one simple question at that hearing. It was not a political question. It was a moral question, and that was this. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? And one after the other said it depends on the context. Let me tell you, America knows it does not depend on the context. President Trump will bring back moral leadership to the White House, condemning anti-Semitism and standing strong with Israel and the Jewish people. President Trump will once again deliver the most secure border in our nation's history and unleash the American economy. And he will bring peace through strength as commander-in-chief, standing with our allies and causing our enemies to fear us. President Trump has done it before, and he will do it again. This November, we are counting on you, we the people, to save America by electing President Donald J. Trump. It is clear for the whole world to see nothing, absolutely nothing will stop President Trump from standing and fighting for our great country. And I have been proud to always stand in the breach during the toughest moments for President Trump, from leading the charge against illegal impeachments to standing for election integrity, to unifying House Republicans, to proudly being the first member of Congress to endorse him for re-election. And as we embark on the difficult path ahead to save America, call upon Galatians 6:9, and let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. We the people will never give up on President Trump, and we will never give up on the United States of America. God bless you. God bless President Donald J. Trump. And God bless the United States of America.
And that was Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. We're going to bring it back over for myself and Ruben. My name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're doing live stream coverage of the RNC convention in Milwaukee in 2024. We're basically waiting for a couple other speakers. Right now, Tom Emmer from Minnesota is up at the podium. And we're basically, our next speaker that we're going to pay attention to was Stephen Scalise. And the reason in part I was picking Scalise is given what happened to him a few years ago at the congressional baseball game where an attempt was made on his life and he barely survived it. I'd be very interested to get his take, or I should say, not necessarily get his take, but hear his speech tonight, because his speech tonight might be a little more poignant.
Yes.
Depending upon how he wants to approach it, which is, of course, entirely up to him. He can either choose to revisit that subject or not, but I'd be very interested to hear what he has to say. The congressional delegation is up speaking tonight, and there's a lot of different conjecture right now around how they're going to do in November. I mean, and depending on whose poll you look at, the generic congressional ballot, the Republicans right now are probably ranging anywhere from the Democrats are D+1 to maybe, R+2. And that's something I'm going to be very fascinated to watch. If Trump wins in November, okay, what kind of coattail effect does he have on both the House and the Senate? Because that was one of the unusual incongruities of 2020 is the Republicans net gained 25 seats in the House, yet the top of the ticket doesn't win. That was just weird beyond all imagination. Now, they lost the Senate, but I would argue that was more due to Mitch McConnell's tactical incompetence than it was any problem with Trump as a candidate. But, we shall see what happens from here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens, down the pipe down November. So, hey, Ruben, did you happen to catch any of Biden's interview the other night with Lester Holt of NBC News?
No, but I heard it didn't go well.
Oh, my friend. I mean, not that I'm inclined to normally recommend people, give themselves a headache, but take about 20 minutes and watch that interview. It is fascinating. I mean, I said this on my live stream today. Joe Biden is about one question away from snapping off on somebody. And the reason that I say that, it is quite obvious listening to him, he's getting tired of being asked about his mental fitness for the job, and even more tired of having to answer it. There were moments, and Lester Holt, I mean, you've seen Lester Holt give an interview. This is not somebody who's a rapid fire breather, okay? I mean, he might be a lefty in his personal ideology, and even in how he questions people, as part of his job. But he's not a fire breather. He's very tame. He's very calm. He's very matter of fact. But Biden was getting pissed at him. At one point, Biden leaned forward in his chair like this. It's like, why aren't you asking Trump about this? Why aren't you asking the tough questions? Like, almost accusatorily going after Holt. And I'm sitting here going, seriously? Seriously? Unbelievable. Just crazy. But yeah, we're basically waiting for our next speaker to come up with his Congressman Steve Scalise, the House Majority Leader. And again, if you're new to both of our channels, please go ahead and subscribe. Ruben's, I've got a crawler across the bottom of the screen for Ruben's channel on YouTube. I've got channels on YouTube and Rumble, so both of us would genuinely appreciate a sub. And also, make sure you hit the bell for notification and hit the thumbs up, which is always greatly appreciated by us. We've got a wonderful crowd of folks in here tonight on both YouTube and Rumble, so we genuinely appreciate it. Convention's going fairly well tonight. Looking ahead, we're going to have Vivek Ramaswamy coming up in the next half hour to give a speech, which I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be interesting. And yeah, going back to that interview about Biden, I agree with you. He's not used to being challenged. It's very offensive to both persons. Yeah. Oh yeah, that speech was really interesting. It really was. All right, looks like Congressman Emmer is leaving the stage. Congressman Scalise is being introduced, and if he's walking a bit funny, keep in mind, folks, this man's been going through cancer treatment recently, so we're going to go back to the stage. We're going to check in on this, and we'll see what Congressman Scalise has to say.
God bless each and every one of you. I'm House Majority Leader Steve Scalise from the great state of Louisiana. Now, I was born in New Orleans, so I've seen some crazy things in my time. But New Orleans has nothing on Washington, D.C. these past 4 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent your tax dollars trashing America's finances in ways no sane or sober-minded person ever would. Let's talk energy. They've eroded the American energy dominance that President Trump delivered. Joe Biden approved the Nord Stream pipeline for Russia, but he killed the Keystone pipeline here at home. Thousands of American jobs gone. It doesn't end there. Biden let Iran and Venezuela export their oil, but he stopped liquefied natural gas exports here in America. President Biden's not done. President Biden waived taxes on Chinese solar panels, but he raised taxes on Americans. When we elect Donald Trump as our next president and expand our Republican House majority, we will end the Democrats' assault on American energy once and for all. Now let's look at taxes. Biden and Harris want a $5 trillion tax hike. In our first 100 days, President Trump and a Republican majority will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And yes, we will end taxes on tips and deliver another tax cut for working families. On the border, Biden and Harris opened it up to the entire world. Prisons are being emptied. President Trump and a Republican majority will repass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in decades. We will lock down the border, and yes, we will finish building the wall. most sacred right as citizens, voting. Biden and Harris want illegals to vote now that they've opened up the border. Republicans will repass the SAVE Act to block illegal aliens from voting in our elections. On foreign policy, Biden and Harris brought us weakness and war. President Trump and a Republican majority will begin rebuilding our military and will end the woke indoctrination in its ranks. We will restore American power and peace. On education, Biden and Harris opposed school choice. They actually investigated parents at school boards. President Trump and a Republican majority will pass legislation expanding school choice and will repass the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents should be free to choose what their children are taught and where. Now, lastly, I need to say something about Saturday's attempt on President Trump's life. Many of you know I was the survivor of a politically motivated shooting in 2017. Not many know that while I was fighting for my life, Donald Trump was one of the first to come console my family at the hospital. That's the kind of leader he is. Courageous under fire, compassionate towards others. Let's put Donald Trump back in the White House this November so we can make America great again. God bless you. May Donald Trump continue to receive God's blessing, and God bless these great United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Good evening, my friends. What an amazing crowd, and what a great time it is to unite our party and to send President Donald Trump back to the White House. That's what we're going to do. But we're not just uniting as Republicans. We're uniting today as Americans in the wake of the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump. Everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake. The House is conducting an immediate and thorough investigation of these tragic events. And that work has already begun. The American people deserve to know the truth, and we will ensure accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that. This has always been an important principle to us. We in the Republican Party are the law and order team. We always have been, and we always will be, the advocates for the rule of law. And we all know that that principle, as well as many others, is in serious jeopardy today. See, we've come to a moment in America where the basic things that we once took for granted are being openly challenged like never before. My friends, we are no longer just in a battle between two opposing political parties. We are, but it's not just ours versus these anymore. We're now in the midst of a struggle between two completely different visions of who we are as Americans and what our country will be. The Republican Party stands for the foundational truths that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the most free, the most powerful, the most benevolent nation that has ever been. It's not even close. It's not even close. But we have no guarantee that this grand experiment in self-governance can endure unless we respond to the call to keep it. 248 years ago, we boldly proclaimed in our declaration that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal, and that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. See, we understand that our rights do not come from government, they come from God. There's another thing that we recognize. We recognize that we are made in his image. And because of that, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin, what zip code you live in, where you come from, what your talents are, or what you can contribute to society. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. That's what we stand for. I speak a lot about what I call the 7 core principles of American conservatism. What do we stand for as Republicans, they want to know? I think it boils down to a few things: individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Indeed, those are the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but they're actually the core principles of our republic itself. And while they resonate in our hearts and in the hearts of most Americans, listen to me, the radical woke progressive left has disdain for those principles, all right? They have a very different vision for what America should become. They want to tear down those foundations and remold us into some sort of borderless, lawless, Marxist, socialist utopia. We're here to say, not on our watch. We will not allow that to happen. It was just 3 weeks ago that Kelly and I dropped off our oldest son at the Naval Academy. That's right. In 4 years, he'll graduate and he'll join the 1.3 million active duty service members who bravely defend our country. We're so proud of Jack and all our children, but like most parents today, we're concerned about their future. America can't risk 4 more years of Joe Biden's weakness that has invited so much aggression by our enemies. We can't survive the dramatic increases in violence, crime, and drugs that the Democrats' policies have brought upon our communities. And we cannot allow the many millions of illegal aliens they've allowed to cross our borders to harm our citizens, drain our resources, or disrupt our elections. We will not allow it. My friends, we're watching the principles of faith, family, and freedom that once defined our nation now being trampled underfoot by the radical left. As President Trump raised his fist and gave a rally cry on Saturday, now is our time to fight, and we will. We're in a fateful battle of ideas, my friends, and we have to recognize that. But in this battle, and in November, the American people will reject the party of self-destruction, and they will elect the party of peace and prosperity and opportunity. The GOP will grow our House majority, we will take back the Senate, and we will return Donald J. Trump to the White House. Standing arm in arm, we will make America safe again. Listen, we reach out tonight to everyone watching at home. We invite all Americans who believe in the promise of our great nation to join us in this fateful battle. We can and we will reverse this current decline. We can restore our founding principles, and we can preserve this exceptional nation that God has entrusted to us, and what Abraham Lincoln referred to as the last best hope of man on the earth. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless our troops. And God bless America.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think that was a waste of breath. Anyway, my name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are here doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention. And coming to the stage right now is somebody I'm really been looking forward to, Vivek Ramaswamy. Folks, we're going to go right there and check it out. Oh, baby, here we go. This is
Love
going
it.
to be fun.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's good to be back in Milwaukee. This time last year, I was a candidate for U.S. president, and I'm proud to say that I achieved the impossible, which is that most of you actually know how to say my name by now. So thank you for that. It's good to be back. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis right now. Faith, patriotism, hard work, and family have disappeared, only to be replaced by race, gender, sexuality, and climate. But we're not going to win this election just by criticizing the other side. We're going to win this by standing for our own vision of who we really are. What does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024? What does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will seal the southern border on day one. Thank you. It means the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure. And the man who will revive these ideals in the United States of America is your next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to reignite the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. But there is one more reason I'm going to ask you to vote Trump, and it's the most important one. It's the one the media won't talk about, but it's the truth. Donald Trump is the president who will actually unite this country, not through empty words, but through action. Because you know what? Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. That's who we are as Americans. That's who we've always been. To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to deliver a message that the media doesn't want you to hear from the Republican Party. Our message to Black Americans is this. The media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities, but we do. We want for you what we want for every American: safe neighborhoods, clean streets, good jobs, a better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally, regardless of your skin color and regardless of your political beliefs. Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this: you're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this: we will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law. Our message to millennials, speaking as one myself: yes, it's true. Our government sold us a false bill of goods with the Iraq War and the 2008 financial crisis, loading up our national debt that falls on our generation's shoulders, telling us that if we took out college loans, we'd somehow get a head start on the American dream, when it hasn't worked out that way. But we can't just be cynical about our country, because the United States of America is still the last best hope that we have, and we deserve a better class of politician,
one who actually tells us the truth, even if it comes with some mean tweets from time to time. And our message to Gen Z is this: you're going to be the generation that actually saves this country. You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say you want to get married, have kids, teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country. Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American. And you know what? If you're at home and you disagree with everything I just said, our message to you is this: we will still defend to the death your right to say it, because that is who we are as Americans. We are the country where we can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That is the America I know. That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient Rome. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent, a nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us, still on our way to that shining city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we will revive this November when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you and your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That may
Ladies
very
and
well
gentlemen,
be
please welcome American icon.
the best speech so far of the night.
Mhm.
Let me take a okay, it looks like the band's gonna be playing. Lee Greenwood's doing some singing, so I'm gonna step away for just a moment. You know, I'm gonna put this comment back up here again. There have been speeches given at political conventions over the years that you walk away from it and you go, we nominated the wrong person. I mean, this is Donald Trump's time, and in the sense, it is his coronation again, but I would argue his coronation at the strongest point of his control of the Republican Party. But I'll tell you one thing, somewhere down the line, Vivek's going to get a shot at it. I don't know when, but it's probably going to happen. Like I say, I mean, I don't know what 2028 holds. I think I've got a feeling I know where things are setting up, but we'll see what happens. But that was a fantastic speech. I mean, that to me, and again, not that I'm a great historian of these things, that reminded me of Reagan's speech in 76 when Ford was renominated. It reminds me of Barack Obama's speech in 2004 when John Kerry was nominated to the Democrat nomination to run for president against W. It's a great speech. There's just no doubt about it. You know, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I was muting. Sorry, I totally agree. Very great speech. Good job. You know, he wavered a little bit in the middle, but he was fine. But it was very good. I call it it was the best speech we've heard so far. and it's the weakest of all the speeches that I've heard. Greater ones, like Reagan and stuff like that. But again,
yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Again, he set the bar, so Vance has to be better, and Trump has to be better. So that's where we are.
I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, we're basically waiting for our next set of speakers, which in this block, Vivek was speaking. There's a couple of other individuals. I don't necessarily recognize names. So basically, the next set of speakers are coming around, at least on the rotation as I have it set up, unless something happens that would force us to go back in. The next set of speakers is going to be Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis in the 9 to 9:30 slot. So probably we're looking at about 9:15. So while we're waiting, let's do some real quick commercials. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. And we're basically waiting for our next set of speakers to come around. We are doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And if you are not subscribed to Ruben's channel, we've got a crawler at the bottom of the screen. Please give him a sub. Yeah, I know. Look at that look on his face. He's like, what the heck are you doing not subscribed to his channel? If you're not subscribed to my channel on YouTube and Rumble, please give me a sub as well. Let's take a minute while we're waiting to go around to some different chats and comments here. From Small Time, Vance is more of a policy wonk from what I've seen. Not sure how good of a speaker he's going to be. All right, fair enough. We'll see what happens. Again, now that's true too. That's a fair point. He may be getting set up for 28, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be the nominee. And that gets into an interesting discussion. And Ruben, I'll take your thoughts on this. I tell you what, one thing that people comment on all the time, and I guess I'm one of them too, is that the Republicans have an extraordinarily deep bench, made up of different wings and ideologies of the Republican Party. And I guess the next natural question that comes along is, right now, this is, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, this is Donald Trump's last run at it.
Right.
Okay. No matter what happens, win or lose, this is it. Yes, he'll still make the occasional endorsement. He'll want to make a speech somewhere, because that's just Trump. Okay. But as an active candidate himself, this is it. And that begs the question, what's next? And from my perspective, and feel free to disagree with me on this, I think the imprint that Donald Trump was wanting to make on the Republican Party is well on its way to being solidified, especially after this election cycle. It's taken Donald Trump 8 years and a lot of mistakes along the way on his part and mistakes on other people's part, to get the Republican Party where it is. But it's definitely more of a populist conservative flavor that's slowly but surely coming in. Now, the test of how solidified it's going to be is probably going to be 28, because even if it's not Vance as the nominee, you're going to have Vivek
26.
Yeah, 26 will be another good test for that too. Yeah, absolutely. The midterm elections.
Well, yesterday you had Carlson, Donalds, you had Trump, you had his sons there, you had Vance, so you had that there, and he has, like I said, he has a deep bench. And that's what we're seeing now. Hopefully, like I said, Monday you had people, and you had to stand out was Amber Rose, in my opinion. You have tonight, you have Vivek so far, but you have other coming. But again, I want to see the backlash that happens with Haley and DeSantis, because this is establishment night.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think that the bushy establishment wing of the Republican Party, its influence is still there.
Oh yeah, they're that Rubio tonight. Yeah,
and Rubio tonight. But what I'm talking about is that old school Bush wing of the party. I'm not so sure it's got much of a grip anymore. In certain places,
okay.
It may still,
okay,
go ahead.
This makes sense. Put Vivek early. And then have DeSantis, Haley, and Rubio all talk after Vivek, and tonight the outcome will be Vivek should have been last, but that's on purpose.
Yeah,
because basically Rubio, DeSantis, Haley You done effed up. This is your redemption. Either you come groveling or you don't. If you come up and tout your own horn, and your speech falls on deaf ears as well as disingenuous, then Vivek wins by default.
Well,
he gets 28.
But see, I mean, I'm not even. I mean, and Rubio's gonna be speaking tonight. I'm gonna be interested in what he's got to say. But I'm not even really. I mean, I've got my criticisms of Rubio. Don't get me wrong, but I don't have much gripe with him as far as this election cycle. I mean, yes, his name was thrown around as a possible vice presidential contender. Like I said, I felt that would have been a mistake for various reasons.
Right.
But I mean, you know, but I think that old establishment wing of the party is not even so much represented so much by DeSantis, although there's elements of it in his politics. To me, it's Haley. I mean, she comes out of that Bush wing of you know, neocon foreign policy thinking that, you know, again, going forward, it's going to be a fight inside the Republican Party about what the party itself actually believes in. You know, because like I say, right now, Trump can more or less impose, you know, well, this is the direction we're going to go this way. Okay.
Right.
Why? Because I'm Donald Trump and I'm leading the party. Well, absent that, there's going to be a full-on fight, not just to determine who the nominee is in 28, but also try to determine, you know, what kind of a political party is this going to be. And the question that I've got right now is, has Trump imprinted enough of the vision that he has for the Republican Party on the party itself, such that if he steps away, does that direction, that imprint, that vision continue to go on after him, or do they devolve back into what they were with the Romney, McCain, Bushy sort of Republican Party? I don't think they can. I don't think it's going to happen. I think
it should. They should, because again, in 2016, Trump had some coattails. 2018, 2020, you know what happened.
Right.
But they were setting him up to be poison, but he's not poison.
Yeah.
So that's why they went the lawfare route, then they went the whole Hitler route, they went the whole this route and all that stuff. So they're just trying to push off of what he's not. He now has a record. Biden has a record. You serve 4 years, you serve 4 years. Who you're better under. That's the bottom line here. But then what this is DeSantis and Haley and Rubio need to talk about, it's about the security aspect. Be general. If you want to talk about freaking Ukraine and the threat there, we need a strong military, go there. Fine, do that. Stick to where you are. Florida, talk about security there, what we did here, you know, how states will operate, fine. And then Rubio, the same thing. Florida's changed. We're doing this. Talk about the whole bridging out to people, Hispanics, and all that stuff. Bring it home. Security is very important, blah, blah, blah. Do that. But then don't try to grandstand. Don't take anything away. And Vivek, in a way, yes, he was going out there and saying, yes, being more very presidential, but that's his speaking style.
Yeah.
So I hope that the styling that Haley has won't be as, you know, overpowerfully, and she'll get a lot of boos and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I am going to be very curious to see what kind of reception she gets. And I think you alluded something earlier that I think the organizers of this convention have got to be a little bit worried about. If she gets seriously booed when she's up on stage, how is that? I mean, because the concern they're going to have in the back of their mind is, how is this going to play in the press? Okay.
Right.
You know, at a time that Trump's trying to be the unifier of the Republican Party and the unifier of the nation, and here you have his former political opponent. Will she, if she does get booed, is the first thing on the front page of the paper tomorrow morning, Nikki Haley booed roundly at Republican National Convention, disunity in the party, yada yada yada. I mean, that's got to be the worry in the back of their mind.
Let me tell you. Here's the situation.
Okay.
Let's say that here's what happens tonight. Nikki Haley, boo, and that's it. One boo, or whatever, and then it goes on, or there's complete chaos. Regardless of either or nothing happens, they're going to say that someone coughed. They're going to try and find something that happened that didn't happen. They can't lie anymore. So again, if I'm Joe Normie, and people can tell me if I'm wrong, I'm just assuming here now.
Right.
If I knew that Haley wouldn't get out of the race and was fighting against Trump, and is now there and gets a good speech and backs Trump, then she's basically come back home and wants the prodigal son. Do we forgive her or not? Whatever. And yeah, whatever. She wants curry with Trump now, whatever. But if you back him, do him dirty, you're going to get kicked out. That's it now. That's how it is now. So she's got to come groveling back. So she really has some empathy and some groveling for what she did. Then yeah, let's see. I'll see if it's disingenuous or not. Because again, if I'm a normie, I see this happen. If I'm a normie, I see this happen. Yeah. And then I want to see his speech. I want his speech. I want to hear his speech and how he talks, because he doesn't really talk that much.
Yeah.
But he is good because he wrote that book. When the book came out, when he was running, I did follow him at the time. So I watched the movie and read the book. So I know what he did. So I actually know this guy.
Yep, absolutely. And Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance has taken to his seat at the podium. We're basically waiting for a few other speakers. And while we're doing so, I just happened to catch something. And like I say, we're sort of waiting for our next set of speakers, which would be former Ambassador Nikki Haley and current Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. I just came across a piece of news, and it's not necessarily convention related, but it is sort of related to what happened Saturday in Pennsylvania. And you know what? While we're waiting, I am going to put this up here. We'll just take a quick peek at it, just to show it to you guys. I mean, we're waiting around for our next speaker, and information is information at this point. But earlier today, Dan Bongino appeared on Donald Trump Jr.'s show on Rumble called Triggered, and I'm going to play something to you guys while we are waiting. And let me see what's going on stage at this point. Okay, yeah, the band is playing. I'm going to put this up here and just see what you guys think of this. Now, Bongino himself is a former New York State police officer and formerly of the Secret Service himself. So, formerly of the Secret Service himself, he has a lot of friends, a lot of connections, a lot of information. He was appearing today on Donald Trump Jr.'s show, Triggered, and I want you to listen to this exchange, because this, and again, take it for what it's worth, just passing it along, but take a listen to this.
So I was just showing Tucker some material from an unimpeachable source, let's just say, on the matter. That post, according to my source, that roof was supposed to be a police post. It was supposed to be someone there. They're now making up excuses, saying the pitch of the roof. My source says to me no one knows why the post didn't show up. But so that's a nonsense story they're putting out in the media. And I was also told that the Secret Service director has been given instructions from the administration and the DHS secretary. You want to keep your job, you'll keep your mouth shut about this. They're not putting that out there, but if you get those site post logs and those police instructions, and there was a post on there and they didn't show up and no one checked, someone could have got your dad killed within millimeters.
Oh my goodness. Okay, and again, take it for what it's worth. I just happened to see it. I thought I would pass it along. But yeah, we were talking today on my live stream about, what in the world happened in Butler, PA. Why did this thing go down the way it did? Well, but Bongino, and again, has a lot of old friends still working in U.S. Secret Service, basically making the statement that, according to what he's being told, there was someone who's supposed to be posted on that roof, and they didn't show up, and nobody bothered to check. So, again, take it for what it's worth.
I saw that. It was weird, the fact that there wasn't there, like the video showed, like a ladder placed out there.
Well, and that goes to one of the other very strange questions about Butler, Pennsylvania. The Secret Service went through there the day before.
Yeah.
Okay. If the ladder was there, let's just assume for a moment that, the business keeps it there for various reasons. Maybe someone was doing some repairs up there, maybe whatever. Okay. If they went through there the day before, why didn't someone flag that and say, hey, that ladder over there, you take that thing down, whatever. Okay. Or maybe it was put up the morning of, because, you got to get agents up on the roof or whatever. Okay. I mean, we didn't see all the entrances, all the access points to the roof. Okay. Maybe there's a door from the inside. You can swing it up and then you can walk up on the roof. I mean, who knows? But I mean, if the ladder was there ahead of time, did not someone flag that to say, hey, what's that doing there? Is that supposed to be there? Why is it there? I mean, just the whole normal set of questions that you would ask that no one seems to be able to explain. The other thing that blows my mind, and this came out today, is authorities were aware 30 minutes before the shots were fired that this young man was in the vicinity of that building. And furthermore, there were 3 counter snipers, not on the roof of the building, mind you, under him. In other words, no, listen to me. The shooter was up on the roof, this 20-year-old kid. The counter sniper teams were under him. They were they were below him.
Huh?
That's what I said. 3 counter snipers were stationed inside the building.
Huh?
Yeah. Now, and here's where it gets even more weird, Ruben.
I know what's going to happen now.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how much of this you've read or had a chance to read or see today.
It was about the. Go ahead.
The story that the director of the Secret Service, Kim Cheadle, is giving is, well, the roof had a particular slope and there was a safety issue. Therefore, we didn't post anybody on the roof. That's from the UK Daily Mail. We read that on my live stream today.
The slope of that roof is less than the one where we saw the famous one photo of the 2 other police officers do.
Bingo.
So that's bullshit.
Bingo. I agree with you completely. It is absolute garbage, but that's her story, and she's sticking to it.
But is that a real story? That's what I want to know. If
No,
it is,
that's exactly what she's saying. Yeah. Just unbelievable.
Well, I think Disney. So not Disney. Microsoft just fired all their DEI hires. I think it's time for the Secret Service to do the same thing.
Yeah, buddy. Let me tell you. So it's top of the hour, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm here with my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes, and we are basically waiting for our next set of speakers to come out, which is former Ambassador Nikki Haley and current Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And it looks like, and I will go back to the stage right now. Former President Donald Trump has arrived at the arena. He's walked in through the back. Look, he looks more. I mean, Ruben, tell me what you think, but he looks better rested tonight.
Yeah,
he really does. Well, alrighty then. Now that's what I call entry music. Anyway, former President Trump is now on his way up to his seat up in the VIP area. And now that looks like a Secret Service detail. That's what I'm talking about. Last night he looked tired. I'm not going to lie about it. But then again, given everything that poor man's gone through in the past 48, 72 hours, I'm not. If he was looking tired last night, totally understandable. But he's looking good tonight. He really is. In very good spirits. And there's his son Eric in the background. And it is currently top of the hour. Again, my name is Brian Tripp. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ruben has a channel on YouTube. I have channels on YouTube and Rumble, so please give us a sub in both places. We genuinely appreciate it. There's Eric and Governor Huckabee of Arkansas and Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Marjorie Taylor Greene is in the background.
It's kind of funny. I got a suit guy. I got a suit tie guy for you. The best suits and ties. You wear this, you get it with. They like the Trump out strip suits. It does look. Doesn't it look like they look like they you gotta dress up real nice.
Yeah, let's see. It looks like Congresswoman Stefanik, Congressman Emmer from Minnesota, the House whip, having a discussion right now with former President Trump.
That bandage looks like badass. This looks like, it's done. It's like I find this cotton.
Looks like Congressman Corey Mills from Florida is behind Trump, along with Congressman Anna Paula Luna, also from Florida.
Oh yeah,
and Congressman Marjorie Taylor Greene hanging out. So yeah, we're just waiting for our next set of speakers to come up. Band's playing right now. I would give a lot to know what's being said right now. I'm no good at reading lips, but if it's something that's very blatant, I can usually make it out. But yeah, here we go.
Oh, it's a commercial. It's funny.
Oh goodness.
They're laughing at it. It's funny.
Oh goodness. Huh? What?
Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
It's coming.
Lord have mercy.
No.
Yeah, we'll just keep this right here for a second.
Gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would absolutely agree with that, Gypsy. Quite a bit more energy tonight. Yeah, because it was pretty flat last night. Pretty flat indeed. Yeah, TBA over on Rumble says, I heard there was a second sniper on the water tower, not a sniper assassin. There are no ponytailed SS Secret Service. Well, Brian, and this is again on Rumble, TBA says, well, Brian, people would not have believed just how bad America would get under communism until they experience it for themselves. Very true, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Very true indeed. All right, I'm gonna slip it back off here and put it back on our pretty faces. So we're basically just waiting for our next set of speakers, which in this block there are a few folks. Senator Ted Cruz is going to be speaking. There's a gentleman named Randy Sutton, Attorney General Brenna Byrd of Iowa, and then at the bottom of the hour, closer to the bottom of the hour, is former Ambassador Nikki Haley and current Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Both of them former rivals of former President Trump, running in the GOP race for the nomination, but Trump secured it quite easily. And you know what? Senator Cruz is coming to the stage right now. So I'll tell you what, let's pop back in for this and let's see what he's got to say. Last time he gave a speech one of the times he gave a speech was memorable. Let's see how this goes.
God bless Donald J. Trump.
Well, at least he started off better than he did in 2016.
And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump. And for turning his head on Saturday as the shot was fired. Together we lift up in prayer all of our leaders for protection. And our prayers are in particular with the family of Fire Chief Corey Comparatore, and the others injured on Saturday.
That's a nice touch. Very nice touch.
Never before has an election mattered so much. We are facing an invasion on our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion. 11.5 million people have crossed our border illegally under Joe Biden. Look around you. This arena holds about 18,000 souls. Now imagine 639 arenas just like this, filled to the brim. That is 11.5 million people, larger than all but 8 states in the nation. But the numbers don't show us the true price that our country is paying. Every day, Americans are dying, murdered, assaulted.
What happened? Lost the video?
Lost the volume.
And boys wearing colored wristbands are being sold into a life of sex slavery. This is evil and it's wrong. And it is happening every damn day. Think of Kate Steinle. She was 32, walking with her father on a San Francisco pier when a bullet tore through her heart. The man who fired that gun, he'd been deported 5 times. Every damn day. Think of Laken Riley. Just 22 years old, a nursing student with dreams of healing others. She went for a jog and never came home. Her life taken by someone who should have never been here. Every damn day. Or Rachel Marin, a beautiful mother of 5, raped and murdered in suburban Maryland by an illegal immigrant the Democrats released. Every damn day. Or Jocelyn Nungary, only 12 years old. It was just 1 month ago today that she was brutally raped and murdered in Houston by 2 men who were supposed to be detained and monitored, but instead released and allowed to roam free. Every damn day. These aren't just stories or statistics. They're our daughters, our sisters, our friends. The families don't care about the empty numbers. They care about the empty chairs at the dinner table, about the voices they'll never hear again, about the laughter lost, and about the dreams that will never be fulfilled. I've sat with these families in living rooms where the silence is so loud that it hurts, where photo albums are opened with trembling hands. How did we get here? It happened because Democrats cynically decided they wanted votes from illegals more than they wanted to protect our children. Today, as a result of Joe Biden's presidency, your family is less safe. Your children are less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it.
It was a really good speech so far.
We know this because he's done it before. I know this because I worked hand in hand with President Trump to secure our border, and we achieved the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. It's real simple. He's done it before, and he'll do it again. So tonight, I speak for Kate and Lakin and Rachel. Tonight, I speak for Jocelyn. And let us go forward together and keep our sacred oath to defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. Let us secure our borders, enforce our laws, protect our children, and restore the future. Because when we do that, when we remember who we are and who we love, and we act to protect them, then and only then will we truly make America great again. Thank you. God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
And that was U.S. Senator Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas. And I'm going to put this comment up here. And you know what? Not necessarily surprising. That's a very fair assessment, considering how personal Trump got with Cruz by his wife and his father. Surprising he didn't get TDAs. You know, the interesting thing about Cruz and Trump, I mean, I'm not saying that they're, really good buddies, but they've always managed ever since 16 to have a good working relationship together. So yeah, absolutely true. And again, we're just waiting on the two speakers at the bottom of the hour, former Ambassador Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And if you just happen to be joining us, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes, and we're doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I agree with the comment earlier from one of my regulars on my channel, Gypsy, that this is a much more energized night. I thought Cruz's speech was really good, brief, but really, really good. I mean, one thing, and I get why they're trying to do it. You're trying to get everybody some screen time, some FaceTime. They can put together a video ad for their campaign or whatever it is they're working on. I kind of understand that, but man, I can remember when you had fewer speakers at these things during prime time, and you gave them more time to speak. And I'm just wondering if maybe that wouldn't help them be better served. Christian Watson says, okay, fair point, completely fair point. There's, I will trust your good judgment in this matter. So. But yeah. So I mean, it's better organized tonight. More energy. Speakers seem to be more on point. They're dealing with the question of national security. So yeah, we'll see where it all goes from here. But yeah, Cruz and Trump have a very. I'm not even sure what the right word is to describe their relationship now. Do you describe it as functional? Do you describe it as transactional? I mean, at one point, I've heard rumors that Trump's thought about at one point putting Cruz and even Mike Lee of Utah on the Supreme Court. But, and honestly, that sort of begs another question. If it does open up another slot, should Trump win, if another slot opens up, do you go to a Cruz? Do you go to a Mike Lee?
Yeah, both of them. Shock the system.
Yeah, I think Cruz would be a very interesting choice on the Supreme Court. Now, what it would look like, hard to say. But, he's relatively young, man. I think he's – how old is Cruz now? Hang on a minute. Let me do a real quick search. Cruz is not that old. He is Oh, he's just a touch older than I am. Maybe he's 53. Yeah. Yeah, 53 years old. He'll be in December of this year, 54. So, yeah, be interesting to see what happens if he got on the Supreme Court for a while. But yeah, we're basically just waiting for our two bond. Also, okay, did not know that. So they're about the same age together. Interesting. WWG1 over on Rumble says they are now trying to blame the assassination attempt on the Iranians. Oh, I've seen that. Ruben, have you heard about this?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I'm mighty interesting that that all of a sudden out of nowhere we've got a link to the Iranian government in an attempted assassination of Donald Trump out of nowhere. I mean, I'm very dubious of that. I mean, very dubious. So yeah, I saw that too. I mean, I haven't dived real deep into the supposed, the evidence of the story, so to speak, but I am extremely suspicious. There are so many people who would love nothing better than to get a conflict going with the Iranians. And it's just like, don't you think we have enough going on in the world right now? Yeah, exactly. Try again, TBA says. Exactly. Good evening, my dear. What does it say about us that a decent working relationship is hard? That's true. That's a good question. Can't disagree with that at all. So, yeah, when you can't describe a decent working relationship, what's that say about us as the American people? You're not wrong there. Not wrong there. So, but yeah, and thinking about it, Supreme Court, the age of the judges right now, Sotomayor, I believe, is in her early 70s. Thomas is in his mid 70s. Alito is early 70s as well. If Trump were to get back in with a Republican Senate, does Thomas start thinking about retirement? Or maybe even Alito? Or do they wait it out and go, nope, still feeling pretty good. Going to hang out for a while. And that's going to be another interesting thing to watch. Very interesting. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They both did. So, I mean, the pallets of cash that went over to Iran under the Obama administration just absolutely blew one's mind. Really did. So, unbelievable. WWG1 says, I think the North Koreans did it, talking about the attempted assassination of Trump, or the Russians, LOL. TBA says 151 billion. Yeah, it's about that. It's about that amount of money. About that amount of money, indeed. I saw the funniest joke the other day while we're waiting for our next set of speakers to come up, and it was from my British broad, Katie Hopkins. She said, "Yeah, the thing about the Russians, if the Russians do assassination, they don't miss, which means you either wind up in a trunk or in a north bag or something like that." And I thought, yeah, they're pretty good at that sort of thing. So it was Antifa. Who knows? Well, yeah, who knows? So anyway, just basically waiting around for our next speaker to come up. And I guess we could take a look at some polling while we're waiting, just some recent stuff that have dropped. Give me 1 second here, folks. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. Never let it be said when you come to the electronic front porch, you don't get tomorrow's news today. We've got a set of polls. They're supposed to be scheduled for tomorrow morning. And before I put these up here, hang on, I want to see one thing. Interesting. Okay. All right. Okay, let me pop these up on screen while we're waiting for our next. Yeah, currently, Iowa Attorney General Brianna Byrd is up on the stage. So let me pop this up here real quick. These are coming out tomorrow morning, and these are from Forbes Harris X. Trump with a 2-point lead. He's above 50%. In a multiple candidate race, got a 4-point lead. And this one measures Trump versus Harris. That's a +4. Okay. Interesting. And this more or less jives with everything else we've seen at this point. A good, solid, steady lead for Trump nationwide. So, yeah, we're just waiting for former Ambassador Nikki Haley to take the stage. WWG1 says, nice banter in between segments. Well, I'm doing my best here. Yeah, after last night of speech after speech after speech after speech, I was trying to find a way to break it up for everybody. And, you know, we are doing our best here to kind of stretch when needed. So there you go. Anywho, Attorney General Brianna Byrd of Iowa is up on stage at the moment, so she should be finishing her remarks shortly. Then we're going to go back to the stage for former Ambassador Nikki Haley. TBA over on Rumble says, 2 points, 4 points. I'm calling BS. The man is nearly killed, and all the polls say is up 2 points. You know, that's funny you mentioned that, TBA. I checked the dates on the poll, and the polls were those Harris X polls were ran July 13th through July 15th. So they take into account the period of time that would involve the assassination attempt and shortly after. I'm kind of like you. I'll wait for Rich Barris tomorrow to make his commentary on it, but I'm a little surprised. I really am. I would have figured that those polls would have been, I mean, I'm not saying huge amounts, but I would have figured that the poll numbers would have gone higher. But again, I could be absolutely wrong about that. Could be absolutely wrong on that. So yeah, we're just basically waiting at this point. Looks like Attorney General Byrd is finishing up her remarks, or will be here shortly. But yeah, that's the first set of polls. Let me look at something else real quick while we're waiting. There's a poll out of the Commonwealth of Virginia with Trump up by 3 on Biden, which will make Leanne's heart jump for joy. So very interesting numbers. But again, the polls don't mean anything until people actually start doing the votes. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. Yeah, we're glad for everybody who's here tonight. Absolutely glad for everybody here. And so, sorry about that, folks. I thought I heard something pop in the background. Real quick commercial. Yeah, it looks like she's finished up. We're going to go back to the stage now. It looks like Attorney General Byrd has just finished up her remarks. We're now waiting for former Ambassador Haley to take the stage, and we'll go ahead and pop in and listen. This should be interesting.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity. It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period. Our country is at a critical moment. We have a choice to make. For more than a year, I said a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Kamala Harris. After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump. But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight. My message to them is simple. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong. We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger. I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her. For those who have some doubts about President Trump, I want to tell you a few things about the commander-in-chief I know and worked with. As ambassador to the United Nations, I had a front row seat to his national security policies. We sure could use those again. Think about it. When Barack Obama was president, Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea. With Joe Biden as president, Putin invaded all of Ukraine. But when Donald Trump was president, Putin did nothing. No invasions. No invasions, no wars. That was no accident. Putin didn't attack Ukraine because he knew Donald Trump was tough. A strong president doesn't start wars. A strong president prevents wars. Then look at the Middle East. Every problem in that part of the world can be laid at the feet of Iran. The dictators who chant death to America are the bankrollers and weapons suppliers for Hamas and Hezbollah. They're behind the barbaric massacres and the hostage taking. Once again, compare Trump and Biden. Trump got us out of the insane Iran nuclear deal. He imposed the toughest sanctions ever on Iran. And he eliminated the arch terrorist Qasem Soleimani. Iran was too weak to start any wars. They knew Trump meant business and they were afraid. And then there's Joe Biden. He lifted the sanctions. He begged them to get back into the nuclear deal. He surrendered in Afghanistan. He sent every possible sign of weakness. Even now, while Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, Biden is pressuring Israel instead of the terrorists. Between Israel and Hamas, Donald Trump is clear about who is our friend and who is our enemy. Then look at the border. It's the single biggest it's the single biggest threat Americans face. Under Joe Biden, migrants are coming into our country by the thousands every day. We have no idea who they are, where they end up, or what they plan to do. And let me remind you, Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country. Under Donald Trump, we didn't have the border disaster we have today, and we won't when he is president again. I was proud to serve America in President Trump's cabinet, and I'll tell you something you won't hear from the critics. He appreciated advice and input. Americans were well served by his presidency, even if they didn't agree with him on all things. Now, to my fellow Republicans, we must not only be a unified party, we must also expand our party. We are so much better when we are bigger. We are stronger when we welcome people into our party who have different backgrounds and experiences. And right now, we need to be strong to save America. This is a defining moment, not only for our party, but for our country. Our fellow Americans are fearful right now. Families are suffering from inflation and wages that don't keep up with prices. Young people are being indoctrinated to think our country is racist and evil. The Jewish community is facing an obscene rise in anti-Semitism. Too many minorities are trapped in communities devastated by crime. Our foreign enemies win when they see Americans hate each other. They see that today, whether it's on college campuses or in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania. But we can conquer those fears with strength and unity. No president can fix all of our problems alone. We have to do this together. America has an amazing ability to self-correct. In this moment, we have a chance to put aside our differences and focus on what unites us and strengthens our country. Let us join together as a party. Let us come together as a people, as one country, strong and proud. Let us show our children and the world that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. God bless you. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
My fellow Republicans, let's send Joe Biden back to his basement and let's send Donald Trump back to the White House. Life was more affordable when Donald Trump was president. Our border was safer under the Trump administration, and our country was respected when Donald Trump was our commander-in-chief. Joe Biden has failed this nation. As a veteran, I was appalled when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan due to Joe Biden's dereliction of duty. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency. But let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Biden is just a figurehead. He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people. They support open borders, allowing millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into our country and to burden our communities, but just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset. They have unleashed progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own communities. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners. They stand for DEI, which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong. They mandated that you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote. They can't even define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has been demonized. He's been sued. He's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down. It is the values of this Republican Party that reflect our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate. We stand
for parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We seek a strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda. We reject entrenched political class, and we demand term limits for members of Congress. We stand for fiscal sanity, for low taxes, and for reduced debt. We seek to reclaim the constitutional government as envisioned by our founding fathers by bringing the administrative state to heel once and for all. We believe that you must be a citizen in order to vote, and that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot. We stand for strong borders and believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture, and we oppose any immigration that stands apart or in contrast to our American values. We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades, my home state saw elections determined by razor-thin margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state. Now, electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This was a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish this nation. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall in 1987, when our nation's 40th president stood in front of that wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is not a responsibility we should fear. It's a responsibility we should welcome. After all, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Let's make the 45th president of the United States the 47th president of the United States. Let's elect Republicans up and down the ballot, and let's heed the call of our party's nominee to fight, fight, fight for these United States. Thank you. God bless you. Let's win in November. Thank you so much.
You know, we were commenting a little bit earlier about Vivek Ramaswamy's speech, whether or not this is the speech of a man who's, trying to be a supporter or someone who's running. I don't know about you, Ruben, but that speech from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, I'm not going to say it has resurrected his political chances going forward, but I'll tell you what, he did a whole lot to rehabilitate himself tonight. That's my thought, and I'll have your take on it if you wouldn't mind.
He didn't hurt anything, but again, it's a good first step.
I agree.
And then, of course, you're not showing it now, but Amber Rose and someone else doing a music video for Trump. And again, this goes to what I said yesterday or in the TikTok stuff. This is where the Republican Party has to now branch out, and this is branching out. You would see this, if you saw this right now, you would, if you didn't know either Republican or Democrat, based upon the history of what the party is, just based upon what you said, you would think this would be a Democratic thing. It's not.
Agreed.
It's not.
Yeah, we'll keep this up here. Keep the music off of it, lest I get in trouble with YouTube. But yeah,
Right,
I mean,
right.
this sort of thing is absolutely.
It speaks to the kids.
And here's the part that I was talking about today. And I'm not trying to beat up the guy. I mean, Lord knows he's getting it from all sides. Matt Walsh is like, we can't have this woman she's this and she's this and she's that. Okay, look. First of all, we're not looking for the perfect. We're dealing with the political. Okay? If Matt Walsh doesn't want to like Amber Rose, that's fine. That's your choice. That's your business. Same thing I'm sure she feels about her, or about him, I should say. But yeah, we're basically waiting for some other folks to come back up the stage. And we've got a couple of Republican speakers right now. There are some folks who are going to be speaking in this half an hour block that they call them everyday Americans. Well, that just means to me, which I'd kind of like to hear what they want to say. We've kind of been like not taking. I like to take in a few of those speeches tonight as part of what our coverage. And speaking of which, I suppose we ought to explain to everybody what this coverage is all about. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. We both have channels on Rumble, or we both have channels on YouTube. I have one also on Rumble, so please consider subscribing to our channels. And I'd like to take a few minutes while we're waiting to analyze the two speeches from Nikki Haley, the former ambassador to the United Nations, and current Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Ruben, I want to talk about Nikki's speech for a second. Did you get the feeling that some of this felt like a backhanded compliment? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the last half of it, last 3/4 of it, I thought was fine. But the stuff about my fellow Republicans, why does she sound like, a Karen school teacher every time she talks?
She is.
I swear she does.
But here's the thing. The fact that she basically said that Trump asked her to speak. So Trump is basically having her go out there and talk. And it's up to her. He'll basically say, he'll basically say, if you want a future with the party, you've got to support me and what I'm trying to accomplish here. And I'll give you the spot to get you to, because again, it's an election and I know how things are. It's like a competition going after a building contractor, whatever. So be it. But now that fight's over, the next fight's on. We're going to win the contract. You're going to be on with me or not with me. But again, it's all about public opinion. You saw how tweets are. You saw how this is. And she went out there. How did she do? It was okay. It wasn't great.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with you. But I guess the thing that struck me,
exactly.
Aside from that tone that she always takes, is just, the whole, I have disagreed with Donald Trump on many occasions, and you can too. But just because I disagree doesn't mean you shouldn't vote for him. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, like I said, the 3/4 of that speech of hers was solid. It was workmanlike. It stayed in its lane. In other words, if tonight is about national security, that's where she kept her comments focused. I got no problem with that. But like I said, and maybe I'm just being overly sensitive about it, but it just felt like its own form of a backhanded compliment. Yeah, I like you, but you're a schmuck, and I'm out here doing this because you told me to.
So I'll say this.
Okay.
Did she show some of that animosity, passive aggressiveness? A little. Yeah.
Passive aggressive is a good way to describe it. Yeah.
Yes. Yet she knows the writing on the wall. She has to do this because she has to prove that it's not about the big donors anymore. It's about the people. That's what she has to realize. She's mainstream, big donor type of Republican.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of these assessments. A lot of them. Now DeSantis, on the other hand, and I want to put this comment up here, and also I'll read one off of Rumble here in a second from TBA 369. Over on Rumble, he says DeSantis' role in running against Trump for RNC nominee was, in my opinion, to gather big money from the big donors who would not have given it to Trump to take pieces off the chessboard. Could be. I honestly, that's probably one of the best speeches I've heard Ron DeSantis give. Now, granted, I don't follow every speech he makes, but honestly, that's got to be one of the best ones that I've heard. Truly. Mm-hmm. I mean, like I said, I don't think he's like, if he's thinking about 2028, I don't think this speech puts him back in the game. But I think if he is thinking about a long-term career in Republican politics, because keep in mind, he's term limited. Come 2026, he's done. He's out.
Right.
Do you go for a Senate seat if it's available? What do you do? Or do you run for Congress again? What do you do? I mean, he could run for Congress. I mean, Charlie Crist did that.
Yeah, but it would have to be Senate, I would think.
Yeah. But then again, with Rubio and Scott there, I mean, the only other option he's got would be to go back to Congress, which, like I said, former Governor Charlie Crist, who was a Democrat, did that. So I mean, I could see it. But I mean, if DeSantis is thinking about another run at the presidency, I think this tonight was a first step in that direction.
He's got to be more involved in the Republican Party than I think after he gets out, he has to be more involved in the whole detail of it, and then basically being a protege. People have to basically listen to Trump and what he's saying and then follow him, his example. So again, do what Vivek does. Do it again. These people have to understand what's going on here. And whatever time we have left with Trump, we've got to milk it so that we can understand and mold the next people that are mega supporters and then believe in a strong America.
Yeah. And now, I mean, some other things. That was the first speech I've seen not just tonight, maybe throughout the convention so far. Good old fashioned red meat, good old fashioned playing to the base, giving people something to be excited about, etc. We do have some breaking news, Ruben. Apparently, someone that we both have an amount of admiration for his talents and his abilities has been thrown out of the Republican National Convention. This is breaking news, and I'm gonna put this. Yeah, but I tell you this, I am shocked at the reason why he has been thrown out of the convention. Okay, very shocked. So we'll put this up on screen, and I'm going to play this.
No, by the government.
No, I'm not. I don't know.
Hey, get out of here, man. What the hell? Jesus Christ with these lunatic Republicans. Total lunatic Republicans. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me your lunatic conspiracy theory about how
I don't have any lunatic conspiracy theories.
Apparently Alex Stein has been thrown out of the Republican National Convention. Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, I guess, has registered some kind of complaint. Alex is saying that he has been thrown out at the behest of and the request of Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks for that little stunt that he pulled.
What did he do? I don't even know what he did.
I'll put it back up here again. So
no. But I didn't see anything. I didn't see Alex Stein at all. So that's why. All
right. Let me enlarge this a little bit while we're waiting for our next speaker. Tom Cotton's up there at the podium currently. Here's Cenk Uygur in an interview with Piers Morgan, and I will run this again. Runs about 16 seconds.
I don't know.
By the government.
No, I'm not. I don't know.
Hey, get out of here.
I didn't see that part.
He just photobombed. Yeah, I'll back this up again. He just photobombed his way right into this. Watch this, folks. There he is.
Oh, God, Alex Stein.
I know. The man is a lunatic. A lunatic, ladies and gentlemen. He's just crazy that way. And I know. And I want to thank Gypsy for sending that over to me. By the way, we also have some updated information as it relates to as it relates to the sloped rooftop situation, the story that's being given by Kimberly Cheadle, the director of the Secret Service, but I may wait to play that. I'm just checking right now where Tom Cotton is at in his speech. But we'll tease you with that. But yeah, Alex Stein has got himself thrown out of the convention. Yep, there you go. What a nutter. I love the way the British say things like this. I really do. But yeah, just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing from old Alex. You never know where he's going to show up. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, while we're waiting for our next set of guests, real quick commercial. My friend here is Ruben Christopher Haynes. My name is Brian Trippett. He is known as the Smooth Criminal. I am known as the Front Porch Conservative. Well, among many other titles that you are given, my friend. I'm known as the Front Porch Conservative. We are here doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention. And if you're not a subscriber to Ruben's channel, please do me a favor, give him a sub. Also give me a sub as well. Also hit the bell for notifications on both of our channels so you're fully aware of when we're going up, live streams, videos, that sort of thing. I also have a channel on Rumble. Please sub over there. And also we're both on Twitter. So, please help some hardworking brothers out here. We're just trying to make our way through this social media world. All right. It looks like Senator Cotton is what? We both brothers, aren't we? We brothers.
I'm playing.
Oh, okay. That's fine. All right. Looks like Senator Cotton is leaving the stage. Next up is a gentleman named Michael Coyle. Not necessarily a politician, but he's just hit the stage. Let me pull this up real quick, and we'll listen to what he has to say.
Good evening, Milwaukee. My name is Michael Coyle. I'm from Philadelphia, in an area of Kensington, one of the worst neighborhoods in America. Kensington has long struggled, but in the last few years, things have gotten much worse. Our streets are plagued by drugs. You'll find human feces in front of your business or someone lying dead on your front steps. Politicians say nice things or clean up the streets for a couple weeks in an election year, or when someone famous visits, or even when there's bad news. But as soon as the politicians are no longer afraid for their jobs, we are no longer afraid for our lives. Our children grow up seeing this, thinking it's normal, but there is nothing normal about this. This should not be the norm happening in the richest nation on earth. As a dad and small business owner, I had to do something. I started a nonprofit to improve the neighborhood I love and shared videos online of the horror we live with. In just one day, in one park where our kids passed to reach the public library, we picked up over 1,000 needles. 1,000. This is unacceptable. Philadelphia is not just my home, but the birthplace of the nation, where our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. This is not a tragedy for just my city, but for our nation. My city and all cities deserve better. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the ones who opened our southern border and allowed Chinese fentanyl to pour in unconditionally. And life is only getting worse. Philadelphians aren't dying off fentanyl. They are dying off fentanyl as well. They are now using something called tranq, which is literally rots the flesh of the users. Do you know what the smell of rotting flesh smells like? The people of my city do. In Donald Trump, I see a leader who will end the urban nightmare. I ask you to join me in supporting him this fall, because a vote for President Trump is a vote to restore our cities and to make America safe again. Thank you. Kensington Beats for Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Aaron Koper from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
That's right. Good evening. My name is Erin Coper. I'm a grassroots organizer, a proud Republican woman, and a longtime resident of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm here to urge Americans to re-elect President Trump and make America safe again. But I'm also here with a warning, because in recent years, I've had a front row seat to the chaos caused by Democrats and their soft on crime policies. Democrat Mayor Ed Gainey, Congresswoman Summer Lee, and especially Socialist County Executive Sarah Innamorato have demoralized and disrespected our police while unleashing criminals into our communities. The Pittsburgh Police Department has shrunk from 991 officers in 2020 to 750 at the end of last year. Response times are soaring. One city worker got mugged at gunpoint and raced to a police station, but no one was there to help. The Democrats have given Pittsburgh defund the police on steroids. The result is crime and chaos. There were 122 murders in my county in 2022, one of the deadliest years on record. Drug deaths are also near record highs. But statistics don't tell the full story. I've been chased by drug dealers on my own street. I've seen filthy tent cities pop up on my block. I've talked to business owners who find human waste, used needles, and shell casings outside their shops. I've felt the chill of fear as a woman when I'm alone in a parking garage or on the street. What the Democrats did to San Francisco, they're doing to my city. But law-abiding citizens are fighting back and saying no more. I saw this when Pittsburgh Republicans, independents, even Democrats came together to beat Soros prosecutor last November. It can happen again this November. If we stand together, we will beat the soft on crime Democrats and make our streets safe again. We can re-elect President Trump and we can save our cities. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American Mom.
All right, folks, we're going to take it back over at this point. My name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined here by my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. We've got a few minutes before we get to our next speaker, which is going to be Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And we do have an update regarding the raised roof theory that's being floated as to what happened at Butler, Pennsylvania. And this was forwarded to me. So apparently we have another statement from Kim Cheadle, the director of the Secret Service. I thought I'd go ahead and play this for you guys while we're waiting for our next speaker. So let me pop this up on here, let you guys take a look at it. And, you guys tell me what you guys think. I mean, is Kim Cheadle, really... Man, I tell you what, I mean, the situation's bad, but let's see what Director Cheadle has to say. So check this out.
Hi there. I'm the director of the Secret Service, and I'm also a woman. And that's a big deal. Now, can I define what a woman is? I can't. But that's not what I'm here to talk to you about today. I'm here to talk to you today about sloped rooftops. Most civilians go about their day completely unaware of sloped rooftops, but not the Secret Service. We are aware of every single sloped rooftop within our vicinity. And we avoid these sloped rooftops at all costs. because we know how dangerous they really are. Unfortunately, most civilians do not fully comprehend the severity of sloped rooftops. I mean, you could tumble right off one of those suckers, or you could roll off of a sloped rooftop like a little burrito, just right off of it. It's really terrifying. So yes, we have sworn to protect the president at all costs, but we have to draw the line somewhere. And that somewhere is sloped rooftops.
And there you go. That is from the social media haven conservative mama. And Gypsy was gracious enough to forward that over to me. So there you go. Something to lighten the mood just a little bit as we're waiting for our next speaker to come up. My name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. This is my good buddy, Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention night number 2. We're basically waiting for our next set of speakers to come up. And, you know, this night, comparatively, this night is going better, quicker, than the other night before. So much better. And WWG1 says, I almost thought that was real and not a parody. That's how stupid I think our government is. Well, you know, you wouldn't be blamed, WWG1, if you thought that was real. You know, I get it. So just trying to lighten the mood a little bit for everybody. We're basically waiting for our next set of speakers. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Dr. Ben Carson at the bottom of this hour. So this is watching the current speaker on stage. I'm almost regretting that we didn't put her up there, because this is apparently turning into a good speech. I tell you what, we're just going to jip in on this real quick, because apparently I made a big mistake not listening to this one. So
Joe must go. Absolutely. We have seen the highest number of fentanyl deaths during the Biden-Harris administration, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans ages 18 to 45, and it is quickly becoming the leading cause of death for teens, with 14 and under being the fastest growing demographic. We need President Trump back in office. We need a president who will seal the border, aggressively prosecute drug dealers, and stop communist China from poisoning our children. This is not a red or blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. And fentanyl doesn't care if you're black or white. It does not discriminate. This is an American issue. We need a president who will call the drug cartels what they are: terrorist organizations. This fight is not for me. My son is gone. This fight is for your children. We owe it to our children to elect a president who will win the war against fentanyl once and for all. It's too late for my son, Weston. Say his name, Joe Biden. Weston. Thank you. Thank you. But we can change this for your children. We need President Trump back to save the lives of our kids. Thank you. Thank you. God bless America.
that young lady's name was Ann Lundner. She is a mother who Ann Fundner, I apologize, lost one of her children to fentanyl. Yeah, just for the little bit of it we got to hear, very powerful speech. And how many different communities across this country, and Ruben, you know, I know, we've seen it every day.
Yep.
I have, I mean, you know, I live in one sense something of a very sheltered life in the small town I live in here in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
But drugs have touched the lives of myself, friends of mine. I mean, I have old friends from high school. Never going to get to see them again.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Drug addiction.
Yep.
You know, it is in my town. We are bad. I mean, Huntington, West Virginia, unfortunately, is known nationwide, or it was a few years ago, as being one of the leading places in America where addiction was ravaging our city. I mean, Huntington in Detroit was known as Munnington because the Detroit dealers knew they could come down the interstate and sell their wares down here and just make a boatload of money. And it's a I mean, the gentleman who was speaking from Kensington, you know, that, I mean, have you ever seen any of the images that have come out of Kensington, which is a neighborhood, I mean, just, and what I'm about to say next, I am not trying to be unkind because addiction is horrible, but the images of those individuals, these aren't humans anymore. They're gone. They might have the shell of humanity over them, but whatever soul is left in their body, drugs has absolutely consumed it. And it is terrifying to watch some of these images. It's just, it's horrible. It's genuinely horrible.
They don't look human anymore.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, you know, they're bent over like, you know, they're contorted like Mr. Gumby. You know, it's just genuinely awful. And that's, you know, there's a lot of reasons why, you know, the southern border ought to be, you know, severely cracked down on. But one of them is the amount of drugs that are coming across. I mean, you know, it's easy for me to sit here and say it, but the statistics speak for themselves. You know, it's just, and oh, wow. Okay. So Christian was just very recently in Kensington, and yeah, I mean, you know, just it's a very sad situation. Genuinely, it is. Spent a week at a methadone clinic, by the way. It was, yeah, absolutely. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. So yeah, just sad. It really is genuinely sad. We just got a couple of speakers right now who are ahead of who we're waiting for. So we're just going to hang out together for a little while, just talking amongst ourselves. You know, I was starting to get into a conversation about the convention night 2 versus night 1. This night is definitely more energized, more organized, definitely more focused. And I mean, you know, they're trying to keep each night to a certain theme, but they're really doing a good job with this one. And honestly, DeSantis' speech, Vivek's speech, and, you know, Nikki Haley to some extent, among others. So far, they've been fantastic. And the remainder of the lineup for the rest of the night, you've got, aside from a couple other folks, you've got Governor Huckabee of Arkansas. You've got Dr. Ben Carson, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under President Trump. You have Florida Senator Marco Rubio. And to close out the night will be Lara Trump, the co-chairman of the Republican National Committee. So, powerful lineup the rest of the way. I will be very interested to hear all of them. Each one, I think, is going to bring their own unique style to it. Carson, I'm going to be very interested to hear. I haven't, I'll be honest. I've heard him speak over the years, but I have not had a chance to really hear one of his speeches in toto. So I'm going to be very curious what he does and how he says it. So that's going to be very interesting. Again, with Rubio, very interesting. They gave him a primetime slot. Very interesting indeed. So, you know, we will see what happens from there. Yeah, once the last speaker is up at the stage now, and then we're going to be at the stage pretty much the rest of the way. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's not an unfair way to describe it. At Kensington, I mean, I've seen people who are addicted to drugs before. I've never seen anything like I've seen coming out of Kensington. And again, I am not trying to disparage anyone, or particularly people who are in the throes of addiction. But what those images are, to me, that's worse than what addiction looks like under normal circumstances. That's just, you just want to cry. You just genuinely, you do. It's something awful. Something awful. So anyway, we're on Rumble tonight. We're on YouTube. We're live stream covering the Republican National Convention. The theme of tonight is Make America Secure Again. So most everything that's being talked about tonight, particularly in the prime time with their speakers, has to do with questions of security, be it border security, foreign policy security, etc. So this is going to be a really interesting evening. And I'm going to go ahead and chip in on this one lady who's up speaking. Her name is Madeline Brame. Her neighborhood ravaged by crime, and I want to just catch a little bit of this. So here we go.
The injustice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. We need justice for victims, and we need accountability for prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired? The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But mine eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values, love of God and family and country. He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those suffering from addiction with long-term inpatient drug programs, rolling back deadly bail reform policies that are getting our children killed every single day, and supporting our police. We back the NYPD. We back the blue. Back the blue. NYPD, black the blue. Trump was right when he said, they're after us. He's just standing in the way. And guess what? He always will. That's why I'm standing with him today. Let's make America safe again. And re-elect our Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and good night.
That was Madeline
Ladies
Brain.
and gentlemen, please welcome Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Thank you. What a powerful story to follow. Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And before I get started, I want to say I have always been proud to stand with President Trump, but never have I been more proud than to stand with him right now, tonight. Not even an assassin's bullet could stop him. God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and he is certainly not finished with President Trump. And our country is better for it. I am here tonight as America's youngest governor, the first woman to lead the great state of Arkansas. And most importantly, a mom to 3 amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. When I was President Trump's White House press secretary, the best job, I got the chance to take my 4-year-old son, Huck, to Bring Your Kid to Work Day. Much like Jill now drags Joe to bring your husband to work day.
I've been waiting for one of those zingers for the whole convention, and finally one just got in.
And while I was briefing the president on the upcoming event in the Oval Office, all of the kids who were attending that day gathered in the Rose Garden, getting ready to meet him. And we were walking out onto that beautiful, perfect colonnade. And I saw out of the corner of my eye that my son Huck was running full speed directly at the President of the United States. Being the gracious person he is, President Trump bent down to give him a big hug. And right in front of everyone, Huck sidestepped the president, completely ignoring him in front of everyone, and ran straight into my arms. For my 4-year-old son, the most powerful man in the world had nothing on his mom.
Good story.
But because he's the amazing man he is, President Trump didn't mind at all. After all, he's a dad to 5 unbelievable kids and a grandfather to 10. And while that story is certainly a special memory for my family, it's an even greater reminder why I support President Trump, not for me, not for him, but for my kids and for yours. Under President Trump, America was safer. The world was safer. And it felt like the next generation would have a chance at the American dream. President Trump did the job that Kamala won't and Joe Biden simply can't. When we're honest, every American knows that we were so much better off under President Trump. So tonight, I don't want to just speak about President Trump's successful policies. While there are many, I want to talk about the man that I know. When the president hired me, I was the first mom and only the third woman to ever serve as the White House press secretary. And in that role, I endured relentless attacks from the left. I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. My family was denied service and kicked out of a restaurant. And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car. And in those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, and another MSNBC host said I was vile, not even human, and that I should be choked, MSNBC again did nothing. But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, "Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting." Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That's the Donald Trump that I know. And that's the Donald J. Trump I will always respect. The left doesn't care about empowering women. Biden and Harris can't even tell you what a woman is. They only care about empowering themselves. But we have a president who believes in empowering every American and that our country is worth fighting for. For the last 4 years, Republican governors have been leading that fight and doing what Joe Biden refuses to do. We've deployed the National Guard to the border. We've cracked down on crime and drugs. We cut taxes to give hardworking Americans a break from Bidenflation. And we empowered parents with universal school choice across the country. Donald Trump was the very first president in my lifetime to take a hard line against China, and I'm proud to be the first and only governor in the country to kick communist China off our farmland and out of my state. President Trump is a leader, and he's the leader our country needs. And if ever there was a doubt, earlier this week, we saw just how tough, resilient, courageous, and daring this man is, and we can't get him back in the White House fast enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not called to stand still in the face of great danger. You and I were put on this earth at a moment in time to charge boldly ahead. We cannot know what the future holds, but we know damn sure who holds the future in his hands. God spared President Trump from that assassin because God is not finished with him yet. And he most certainly is not finished with America yet either. With God as our guide and President Trump back in the White House, we will show the world that America is the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, let us not leave here just excited about a great few days, but let us leave here energized and committed to making sure that we protect our freedom and we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation, because America is the greatest country that the world has ever known, and our kids and our grandkids deserve to enjoy it the way each of us did. And we will with President Trump back in the White House. Thank you so much. God bless the great state of Arkansas and the amazing United States of America. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former United States Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, Sarah Huckabee always says to me, I hate to follow you. But I think she turned the table on me tonight. I want to thank you all for being here and for being involved. Like many of you last week, I watched with horror as the events unfolded in that Pennsylvania field. I saw President Trump, a dear friend, escape death by mere inches. And my thoughts immediately turned to the book of Isaiah, that says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Well, let me tell you the weapons that they used. First, they tried to ruin his reputation, and he's more popular now than ever. And then they tried to bankrupt him, and he's got more money now than he had before. And then they tried to put him in prison, and he's freer and has made other people free with him. And then last weekend, they tried to kill him. And there he is over there, alive and well. You know, I have no doubt that God lowered a shield of protection over President Trump. And I join millions of Americans in thanksgiving for President Trump's safety. And I encourage you to join me in praying each day for his continued protection. You know, our hearts go out to the victims in the audience. Let's also pray for them and their families. These events have brought unusual clarity to the times we are living in. We have all harbored the nagging feeling that everything we love is slipping away. All you have to do is turn on the television. The free press, a pillar of any free society, has abused the public trust and resorted to lies, deception, and disinformation. They divide us along lines of race, class, and gender, rather than uniting us around our shared bond as Americans. Our government has been no better, shredding our Constitution and upending the rule of law. We have a wide open border, a broken education system, and chaos breaking out around the world. And on top of it all, we have a president who, well, if you can't say anything good, don't say anything at all. But ask anyone around the world, what does it mean to be an American? Most will tell you that it means unlimited opportunity. That where you begin in life doesn't dictate where you will end. That's the America I grew up in. In no other country could a poor inner city kid raised by a single mom make it to an Ivy League school, then to medical school, become a successful neurosurgeon, run for president, and eventually become a member of the president's cabinet. You know, and as a member of his cabinet, I had a chance to work closely with him. And I got to tell you, this is a man who is a gift to us as a nation. He is very gifted. He is very smart. He is very compassionate. He cares about people. And I'll tell you, the first time I met him, it was before either of us got into the political arena. And we were at Mar-a-Lago, and someone came up to him and said, "Mr. Trump, Rod Stewart just walked in." And he said, "I don't care. This is Ben Carson." But I feel blessed that I've been able to live the American dream. But my story is moving further out of reach in America today. The lessons my mother taught me, like hard work and the value of well-rounded patriotic education and faith in God above all else, are being forced out of the public square. But we're all here today because we know we can bring these things back. By God's grace, we live in a country where the people rule. We have the power to choose the kind of nation we will be and the kind of men and women that will lead us. And today the choice could not be more clear. The most repeated phrase in the Bible is this: "Do not be afraid," or "fear not." It appears 365 times in Scripture, a reminder to live each day with faith, hope, and joy as joyful warriors for Christ. And when God is with us, nobody can stand against us. With this assurance from the Almighty, Even the face of evil itself cannot shake our resolve. We will keep fighting, we will keep praying, and by the grace of God, we will save our country and re-elect President Trump together with Vice President Vance this November. And I want you to remember this. In 1831, Alexis de Tocqueville came to America to study our nation because the Europeans were fascinated. They wanted to know, how could a nation barely 50 years old already compete with them on virtually every level? So he looked at our government. He was duly impressed by our checks and balances and separation of powers. And then he looked at our business environment. He was duly impressed by how we encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. And he looked at our educational system, and he was blown away by the fact that he could find a mountain man in the middle of the woods who could read, who could tell him about the Declaration of Independence. But the thing that impressed him the most was when he went to our churches and he heard those inspirational sermons from the pulpits that inspired a ragtag bunch of militiamen to defeat the most powerful army in the world and gave the American people a moral base. And he concluded his 2-volume set, Democracy in America, with these words. He said, America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. It is our job to make America good. And let's do this by re-electing President Trump so we can make America great. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator of Florida, Marco Rubio.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't say polo, don't say polo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The last few days remind us that the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind is in the hands of God. We were brought to the precipice of the abyss, and by the hand of God, reminded of what truly matters in our lives and in our country. This thing we do called politics, it matters. It's not unimportant. But it is our people who must always matter the most in everything we do. By giving voice to everyday Americans, President Trump has not just transformed our party, he has inspired a movement. A movement of the people who grow our food and drive our trucks, the people who make our cars and build our homes, the people whose taxes fund our government, and whose children fight our wars. Americans like Corey Comparatori. He was a former fire chief and a loving husband. He was described as the best dad a girl could ever ask for. As a man of God who loved Jesus fiercely and looked after members of his church. Corey was one of the millions of everyday Americans who make our country great. He wasn't rich, he wasn't famous, and the only reason why we know his name and story now is because last Saturday, he shielded his wife and daughter from an assassin's bullet and lost his life the way he lived it, a hero. For those still wondering who are in the press and many watching at home, these are the Americans who wear the red hats and wait for hours under a blazing sun to hear Trump speak. And what they want, what they ask for, it is not hateful or extreme. What they want is good jobs and lower prices. They want borders that are secure, and for those who come here to do so legally. They want to be safe from criminals and from terrorists. And they want for our leaders to care more about our problems here at home than about the problems of other countries far away. There is absolutely nothing dangerous or anything divisive about putting Americans first. Those who are offended, anyone who is offended about putting America first has forgotten what American is and what American means. American isn't the color of our skin or our ethnicity. Americans are people as diverse as humanity itself. But out of many, we are one. Because as the life story of our next Vice President, J.D. Vance, reminds us, we are all descendants of ordinary people who achieved extraordinary things. Who do we come from? We come from pioneers who ventured west to chase their dreams, and slaves who overcame bondage to claim their right to the promise of America. We come from exiles who fled tyranny in search of freedom, and of immigrants who left behind all they had and knew because they could not be or achieve God's purpose for their life in the nation of their birth. That is an American. And putting Americans first must be what this election is about. When President Trump was in the White House, Americans had more money and lower prices. Our borders were secure and our laws were enforced. Iran was broke, the Taliban stopped killing Americans, and Putin didn't invade anyone. Now, under Biden, high prices devour paychecks. Criminals and drugs are allowed to flood into our country and terrorize our people. And Iran has money to support terrorists. The Taliban humiliated us in Afghanistan, and not one, but two major wars have broken out. My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again. Our country has been injured by the bad decisions of weak leaders. But now, though bloodied by our wounds, we must stand up and we must fight. Fight not with violence or destruction, but with our voices and our votes. Fight not against each other, but for the hopes and dreams we share in common and make us one. And fight for an America where we are safe from those who seek to harm us on our streets and from abroad. And we will not be alone in this fight. For leading us in this fight will be a man who, although wounded and facing danger, he stood up and raised his fist and reminded us that our people and our country are always worth fighting for. It is time. It is time to put our country and our people first again. And if we do, together, we will make our people wealthy again. If we do, together, we will make our country safe again. Together, we will make Donald Trump our president again. And together, we will not just make America great again. We will make America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
Good speech. Very good speech. We're headed for the last speaker of the night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Laura Trump.
Whoa! I don't feel like I actually have to ask this question, but is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Well, it may not be a surprise that I actually had a very different speech that I was prepared to give up here tonight. That all changed at 6:11 on Saturday evening. Nothing prepares you for a moment like that. Our family has faced our fair share of death threats, mysterious powders sent to our homes, tasteless and violent comments directed towards us on social media, but none of that prepares you as a daughter-in-law to watch in real time someone try to kill a person you love. None of that prepares you as a mother to quickly reach for the remote and turn your young children away from the screen so that they're not witness to something that scars the memory of their grandpa for the rest of their lives. The prayers and well wishes we've received over the last 72 hours have been overwhelming, to say the least. And my heart goes out to the family who lost a husband and a father because of this senseless act. All of you here tonight and watching at home mean the world to all of us in the Trump family. If Donald Trump has shown us anything, it's that when it feels impossible to keep going, those are the times we must keep going. I don't know how many people here watching at home have ever been to a Trump rally, but if you've never been, let me tell you about them. Oh, some of you have been. Oh. Regardless of how the media have painted these rallies, you would be hard-pressed to find and to join a happier group of people coming together over their love for the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I dare anyone trying to leave a Trump rally without leaving with some new friends. You always make friends out of Trump rally, right? Veterans, teachers, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, active duty military, police officers, firefighters, small business owners,
Latino supporters, Christian supporters, Jewish supporters, Black supporters, white supporters, Asian supporters, gay supporters, Republicans, independents, and yes, even Democrats. At a Trump rally, you're not viewed as your profession, your religion, or the color of your skin. You're viewed as one thing: an American. Last Saturday was a jarring reminder that we as Americans must always remember: there is more that unites us than divides us. We all want this country to be great, even if we don't always agree on the best way of doing that. And with every bone in my body, I can tell you that all Donald Trump wants to do and has ever wanted to do is make this country great again for all of us. Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion. He is bold, he is strong, he is fearless, and he is exactly what this country needs right now. Let's not forget what life actually looked like under President Donald Trump. Trade deals across the world that benefited our economy, allied countries paying their fair share, a safe and secure southern border, record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and women, record investment in historically Black colleges and universities, the creation of the United States Space Force, the most comprehensive prison reform in decades. How about the peace agreements in the Middle East that they said would never happen? The largest tax cuts in American history, our energy independence, massive amounts of red tape cut, and no new wars when Donald J. Trump was president. Maybe, most importantly though, you could actually feel it in your everyday life. Now, you didn't have to love everything that he tweeted, but you cannot deny you were better off when Donald Trump was in office. Americans were finally able to start saving money. Home prices were affordable, and gas hit a low of $1.87 a gallon. As I speak here tonight, many of our fellow Americans don't know how they'll pay for their next trip to the grocery store, new clothes for their children, or this month's rent. Many of our fellow Americans worry that we are on the verge of a major terror attack here on American soil. Many of our fellow Americans don't think their own children will be able to establish a better life than they themselves currently have. Many of our fellow Americans are right now sitting and wondering how on earth this country could have moved in the wrong direction and so quickly. The Democrats and the media know that they cannot convince you, the American people, that your life is better off now, because it's not. So what will they do? They'll try to sell you on some outrageous narrative about the terrible things that Donald Trump will do if he becomes president. But you don't have to imagine what it would be like. All you have to do is remember what it was like. I know. Oh, yeah. I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump. I know what you read, what the media tells you, and what out-of-touch celebrities on the left say about this man. But when I look at Donald Trump, I see a wonderful father, father-in-law, and of course, grandfather to my 2 young children, Luke and Carolina. I know that I'm lucky enough to get to call him my father-in-law and see him a little differently than all of you. But it's through that lens that I sometimes wish more people could see him. This is a man who has sacrificed for his family and a man who has truly sacrificed for his country. Donald Trump didn't need to run for president for fame or money. Trust me, we all know he already had plenty of that. I'll tell you why he did it and why he continues on, even in the face of the unthinkable. Because he loves this country. He did it for his grandchildren, for your children and grandchildren, and for the generations to come. I have seen this man dragged through hell and back, in and out of courtrooms, indictments, impeachments, mugshots, and even an assassination attempt. And yet, he has never backed down. I'll never forget watching my 2 children run up to him with their drawings and hugs for Grandpa, just moments before he took the elevator down in Trump Tower to address the media the day after his wrongful conviction. Despite everything else he had going on, he had no other focus in the entire world, just a man relishing time with his grandchildren. It's a side of Donald Trump that not enough people get to see. Maybe you got to see a side of Donald Trump on Saturday that you were not sure existed until you saw it with your own eyes. Martin Luther King Jr. once famously said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." There's no doubt that Saturday was one of the most frightening moments of my father-in-law's life. Millimeters separated him from life and certain death. And yet, it was in the midst of it all, as he was jostled off stage by Secret Service, that he knew how defining that moment would be for our country. And he hoisted his fist in the air. it was not just for the audience at the rally, not just for his supporters tuning in, but for all of America. And as a signal to the world that no matter what, America will always prevail. Though it's been strained and attacked, no enemy, no force, not even a bullet is strong enough to break our American grit and our American soul. We are the country whose founders gave their fortunes, freedom, and lives to pursue the dream of a free society. We are the country of Thomas Edison, Susan B. Anthony, Henry Ford, and Harriet Tubman. We are the country who fought and won 2 world wars. And we are the country who always rises to meet the moment, no matter how insurmountable the task. And in that split second, on Saturday, Donald Trump reminded us all of that very history and who we are at our core as a nation. That is the Donald Trump that I know. He is an American who conquered the business world, an American who made himself a household name, an American who was beloved by politicians and fellow celebrities for decades until he ran for office with an R next to his name. An American whom even Barack Obama admits people consider the American dream. And instead of sailing off into the sunset after an illustrious real estate and television career, he decided to give back. He decided to bring some of the things that had made him so successful in life to all of you in order to improve the lives of all Americans. Black, white, brown, gay, straight, all Americans, because that's the man that Donald Trump is. I can tell you that my personal experience with Donald Trump has shown me his heart. There wasn't a second that he made this small town girl who was way out of her element in New York City feel anything but welcomed and part of the family. And if not for the support and encouragement of my father-in-law, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's been said by many that Donald Trump sees things in people that they don't even recognize in themselves. In 2016, when he asked me to help him win my home state of North Carolina, I'll be honest, I was terrified. I had no idea how I would make it happen, but he knew I would, and I did. When I was given an opportunity to join a television network as a commentator, it was the push and support of my father-in-law that gave me the confidence to take that job. Always the first one to call or text me after a TV hit and tell me, "Great job, keep going." Not bad, right? Or even a few months ago, when he called and asked me to be the co-chair of our party. He showed me potential in myself that I couldn't yet see. So tonight, to my father-in-law, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for continuing on. Thank you for raising wonderful kids. Thank you for being an amazing grandfather. Thank you for never giving up on me. And thank you for never giving up on our country. Tonight, I come to you, not as the co-chair of the RNC, not as the daughter-in-law of the candidate. Tonight, I come to you as a mom and as a citizen of this country. For those of you watching who have never voted for Donald Trump, I know what the media and his political opponents have tried to tell you about this man. Believe me, I have seen and heard it all, but I have also seen the truth. I am proud to know Donald Trump, to campaign for him, to vote for him, and to raise his grandchildren. He will do what is necessary to protect you, protect your family, and protect this country. Because Donald Trump wants us all to be successful, to be safe, to be happy, to be strong, and to be great again. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote, not for the Donald Trump you see flashed on your TV every day, splashed across the headlines. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that Luke and Carolina call Grandpa. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that my husband Eric calls Dad. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that I call my father-in-law. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump who can and will make America great once again for all of us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. We love you. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee.
We're gonna
Michael
go ahead
Gottlieb.
and take down the volume on it, and we're gonna go ahead and try and bring this thing in for a landing. If you just are joining us on the tail end of it, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined with my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes, and we're going to give our closing summations on day 2 of the Republican National Convention. I mean, we had a series of speeches that went bang, bang, bang. Huckabee Sanders, Carson, Rubio, and Lara Trump, the co-chair of the Republican Party. Ruben, your thoughts?
It ended with a bang. That's the whole idea. And like I said before, the last 2 days have been about the establishment, especially the day when you had Haley and her basically giving a good speech. Suck Sanders, again, a successful governor. Rubio, a successful, senator. And then you had rounded off with a mother and actual daughter-in-law of the president. And it basically just brought home, it humanized Trump in a way. And that's the whole idea. This whole thing, the last 72 hours, has humanized Trump so much. It's always been about just, whatever the talking head will tell you about him. But then you basically have a situation and you have an evaluation and you see what the truth is. And you saw how the headlines are leading toward, oh, Trump got startled. He dropped. They went with the most, it was a BB gun, whatever. They didn't care because they want to marginalize him. They can't do this anymore. That's disingenuous. People now see or are waking up to the truth about what's going on. So good good second day overall.
Yeah, for my part, I mean, the designers of a convention are always trying to accomplish certain goals in terms of who they have speaking and what they're trying to do. I mean, the overall theme today, or this evening, I should say, was Make America Secure Again. And I thought each of the last 4 speakers, Huckabee Sanders, Carson, Rubio, Lara Trump, each of them had their own unique style, their own unique mission. I don't know that I could really sit here and with all due fairness say, well, this person's of the 4 of them, this speech was the best. This one was, each one of them brought something to it. I thought Huckabee Sanders' speech was tremendous.
She had a zinger.
Yeah. So far, the best, maybe the only real zinger of the convention. I had a chance to take my son, to the White House for Take Your Child to Work Day, which, Jill Biden kind of understands what that means because she's taking her husband to work every day. I thought that was a great line, absolutely great line. In a convention up to this point that's been kind of absent of that, But then again, everything that happened in Butler, Pennsylvania changed the whole tone of what otherwise would have been a really rip-roaring convention.
Yeah.
Carson's speech was subdued, very biblical in its tone, perfectly
It was
fine.
very good. It was on point.
That's good.
Him.
And that's Carson. I mean,
Yeah.
that's him. Rubio, I will say this. I have not heard Marco Rubio speak an awful lot. That speech was fantastic. I mean, I think it was Gypsy who made the remark that Rubio is a very good orator. I had never really heard him speak that much, but I'm not going to lie. That was fantastic on his part.
No, it was good. It was good.
Very well constructed, very well put together. And Lara Trump, again, much like Huckabee Sanders, tried to humanize her father-in-law. And I say try to humanize. I mean, Donald Trump is a human being. It's just that, unfortunately, either by his own design or by the intent of other people who cover him, you don't get to see those moments of him. You don't see him sitting around with his grandchildren, looking at, things that they put together on paper coloring. You don't see those moments where it's Donald Trump, the man, Donald Trump, the grandfather, Donald Trump, the lover of children, that sort of thing. You see Donald Trump, the tough guy, Donald Trump, the tweeter, Donald Trump, all those things, which again, in part is by his own design, which he feels is a necessity. And part of it is just the way he's covered. So I thought both of them, Huckabee Sanders and Lara Trump, did a wonderful job in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm like you. I think day 2 of the convention was a success. Definitely most better than day 1.
Yeah.
And tomorrow is the speech of the vice presidential nominee. So we're going to find out what J.D. Vance is made out of. Let's see what this guy can do on a national stage. There'll be, I don't think they put out the lineup yet, but just as soon as I've got it, we'll see. Let's see if they by chance have they put this out yet. No, they'll probably put it out first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. Eastern. I want Ruben again. I want to thank you for being here.
Yep.
For this. This is a load of fun hanging out with you. I mean, it's long hours and it's tiring on both of us, but you know what, partner? I wouldn't have anybody else to do this with.
Thank you.
It's a whole lot
like
of
I
fun.
said, every 4 years I enjoy doing this, but it's like this is the first time it's like, man, it's getting tiring. And it's not that late.
Yeah, you can tell we're not exactly spring chickens anymore.
Oh God, it'd be like after this, like go party tonight until midnight.
I want to go close down a bar. Let's go. Those days are long since behind me. It's like no.
Goodbye.
Anyway, folks, thank you very much for being here with us tonight. It's been an absolute joy to have you here. Thank you for all the comments. Thank you for everything else. We will be back here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, to continue the coverage of the Republican National Convention. This is my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. He's on YouTube. He's on Twitter. Please subscribe to him in both places. I'm on YouTube and I'm on Rumble. I'm also on Twitter. Please give me a sub as well. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Ruben, hang around. We'll say some proper goodbyes. You guys have been awesome. We'll see you tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern for day 3 of the Republican National Convention. Have a good night, everyone.